1767, Restless mind the first customers arrived and the avatar got busy in the kitchen. Sonny, however, remained on the porch, enjoying the fresh air with a leisurely smile on his lips. The lively noises of the city filled the air like a bright melody. At some point the door opened and Aiko walked out, dressed in a smart business suit and wearing a leather messenger bag over her shoulder. The petite girl yawned, stretched her arms, and mumbled, "I'm off to the castle, boss." Sonny looked at her with a good-natured smile. "You're delivering memories, you know. What's up with the bag?" Aiko stared at him with indignation. "What do you even know? One has to look the part to make the right impression. That's business essentials." She glanced him over with suspicion. "And speaking of looking the part, you seem a bit different today, boss. What is that? Did you style your hair?" Sonny blinked. "I did not." Aiko gave him a sarcastic nod. Sure." With that she grinned and hurried away. "Have fun with Princess Nephai's, boss. Perform well. We're raking in real money here, so don't screw it up for us." The petite girl used her aspect to skate on the cobblestones and disappeared behind a corner in the blink of an eye. Sonny was left standing on the porch, flabbergasted. What does she mean, perform well? I always perform well. Wait, that did not sound right. Just at that moment, he felt a familiar presence illuminate the world. Sonny did not have to look to know that Nephai's was close. There was a rustle of feathers, and then a slender silhouette was standing on the shore of the lake. Her wings had already disappeared, and only a beautiful halo remained, fading slowly as it contoured her figure against the tranquil water. Nephai's was wearing white clothes, her silver hair held down by the crown of dawn. Sonny, dressed in black as usual, froze on the spot. "Damn, I hope she did not hear that." Noticing him, Nephai's smiled lightly and walked over with easy steps. "Master Sunless, are you ready?" He knew that she was terribly busy preparing for the war. However, she had diligently made time to keep their appointments in the past few weeks and never seemed distracted by other issues in his company, giving him her full attention. Sonny had a timid hope that Nephai's actually enjoyed their outings and found shelter from the burden of her crushing responsibilities in the time the two of them spent together, no matter how fleeting it was. He was quite pleasant to be around. After all, at least he tried to be for her. Of course, it was far more likely that Nephai simply treated their meetings as part of the war preparations. There was a purpose to them. Sonny was a hired sorcerer who had to forge her a superb sword, after all. So the diligence she treated him with was the same she afforded her other responsibilities, no more and no less. Even though he would never admit it, the latter possibility made him upset. "Master Sunless." Sonny lingered for a moment, then offered her a pleasant smile. "Yes, I am ready." He offered her his arm, and when she wrapped her own around it, picked up the picnic basket. He had prepared the food inside himself. He had also bought the picnic basket specifically for the occasion, since nothing in the brilliant emporium felt nice enough. The two of them walked together. Nephai's was calm, while Sonny was pretending to be nonchalant. They made for quite a stunning pair, and passers-by stared at them with wide eyes. But he did not care. Rather, he enjoyed their stares. There, look more. You seem to be in a good mood." Hearing Neff's remark, Sonny realized that there was a wide smile on his lips. He lowered his gaze in embarrassment. Yes, today seems like a pretty good day. Don't you think so, Lady Nephai's?" She studied his face for a few moments, then smiled slightly and looked away. "Yes, I have to agree. It does seem like that." They walked a short distance away and reached a newly built martial hall. Bastion was full of awakened warriors, and not all of them had a legacy clan sponsoring them, so they needed a place to practice and hone their skills, as well as experienced instructors to guide them. For an independent master, opening a martial school was a good way to earn some coin. Most seasoned ascended were busy protecting the human enclaves and subjugating the wilderness of the dream realm, so there was always a shortage of good instructors. Usually, The status of a master was enough to create a sufficient reputation for a martial school. On any day, there would be a dozen or more warriors practicing inside under the observation of the owner and his awakened helpers. But today, the martial hall was entirely empty. Nephis had reserved the whole building, displacing even the founder. Their outing had to be public, but what they were about to do had to be kept away from prying eyes at the same time. Walking inside, she nodded at Sunny and said evenly, "Get comfortable, Master Sunless. I'll be with you shortly." Sunny nodded and went to the courtyard of the martial hall, which was fashioned into a sand arena. Sitting down on the spectator bench, he put the picnic basket down and looked at the sky. It's indeed a nice day. Soon, having changed into a set of training clothes, which looked quite flattering on her despite not being designed for that purpose, Nephis walked into the arena. Picking up an alloy sword from the stand, she swung it a couple of times, nodded in satisfaction, and looked at Sunny. I'll begin then," he nodded. "I'll be watching." Nephis lingered for a few moments, then looked away and coughed. "Watch well." With that, she began a set of training exercises. Although slow and weak by transcendent measures, they were nevertheless full of powerful intent. It was as though Nephis was performing a sword dance, fighting a duel against her shadow. For a moment, the image of her dancing with the sword fused with his memories of the Black Island, where the two of them had spent a blissful month during the third nightmare. Sunny had been mesmerized by her practicing swordsmanship back then as well. Her technique had changed tremendously since the nightmare, though. It was still flowing, versatile, and unpredictable, but had become both different and much more complete. What Nephis was showing him today was her true battle art, one that she kept hidden from everyone else. There was no enemy for her to fight and no environment for her to unleash her aspect, but Sunny could still infer many things from watching these simple katas. There was one problem, though. He was having trouble concentrating on the movements of her sword. Instead, his eyes could not help but follow the movements of her body. Its graceful lines, contoured by the light fabric of the training suit. Smoothness of her steps, the supple beauty of her form, the beads of sweat glistening on her alabaster skin. I'm in trouble. Sunny used all of his self-control to keep his face neutral. He was under terrible strain. Worst of all, best of all, the day was still young. There were many hours ahead of them. He took a shaky breath. I'm not going to get a nosebleed, am I? Chapter 1768, Swordsmanship Enthusiast. Nephis concentrated on her sword, guiding it with effortless ease. The movements she performed were not particularly fast or taxing, and yet her body was under tremendous strain, beads of sweat forming on her fair skin. Her breathing was controlled but heavy. That was because she had to infuse her swordsmanship with sincere intent. Without the intent, her display would be meaningless. She would fail to show the essence of her technique to the young enchanter, and he would not be able to forge a suitable blade. She was straining herself. But at the same time, she was enjoying herself. That was because she did not need to think about anything else but the sword in these rare moments of peace. Meeting Master Sunless was not entirely without purpose, but compared to the rest of her endless errands and obligations, it was a respite. Nephis had always been driven and never allowed herself to get distracted from the goal. But that was not because she never wanted to put it all aside and enjoy some rest. It was simply because she could not allow herself to do so. Falling behind meant death, and even worse than that, failure. With the war approaching, the pressure on her had only increased even further. It had increased tremendously. There was so much to do, so much to prepare, so much to foresee and assess and consider, and even then there was so much uncertainty. The uncertainty of it all was the most burdensome, and even with the help of her companions it was almost overwhelming. Because their lives, too, depended on her. She had pulled them into the maelstrom of ruinous change, and it was up to her to see them safely to the shore, which was why Nephis secretly enjoyed the time she spent with Master Sunless. The charming enchanter was kind, nice, and if she was honest with herself, quite pleasing to the eye. There was nothing wrong with indulging in stealing glances at him from time to time, of course. Everyone loved beautiful things, after all. She wasn't an exception. But his looks were not as important as the fact that he was far removed from the dreadful matters involving war, bloodshed, and boundless heartbreak. To the sovereigns, the dead gods, and the fate of the world. On the rare occasion she was in his company, Nephis could allow her tired mind to relax and concentrate only on simple things, like wielding her sword. She had always loved swordsmanship, but now, as it turned out, performing it for someone to see was strangely rewarding. Especially because Master Sunless always watched her intently, very intently, even never missing a single move. Nephis was satisfied. He must really appreciate swordsmanship, who knew that the gentle enchanter had such a voracious appreciation for combat techniques. It felt good to be appreciated. "Hey, Neph." Cassie's voice did not distract her from dancing with her sword. Nephis took a step forward and performed a smooth slash, then answered calmly. "Yes." "Did something happen?" The response came a few moments later. "No, not really. It's just that, can you do me a favor?" Nephis spun her sword into a flowing chain of swift attacks and couldn't help but notice the enchanter's glistening onyx eyes, which followed her movements attentively. "Sure. What do you need?" Cassie hesitated for a while. Was her voice a little strange? Nephis felt reluctant to consider that issue. Cassie had been suffering greatly after losing her prophetic gift and was only recently able to recover. She didn't want to see her friend fall into an unsettled state again. However, Cassie's next words almost made her stumble. "Can you give Master Sunless a hug?" Nephis struggled to control her sword. What? Absolutely not. I am not going to hug him. Why are you even asking me to do something like this?" Cassie remained silent for a bit, then sighed. "Well, whatever. I can't tell you. If you don't want to, don't." She didn't say anything else. Nephis was stunned. That's right. I don't want to, and so I won't." However, the thought of embracing the charming enchanter had already been planted in her mind, refusing to disappear. After all, people didn't just like looking at beautiful things. Like that time in the lakeshore park, when he tripped and tried to cover his clumsiness with an equally clumsy excuse. "Damn you, Cassie." Distracted, Nephis failed to suppress her strength and put too much force into her next swing. The alloy training sword was not meant to be used by saints, and so it shattered under the terrible strain. Nephis stumbled. The tip of the blade broke off, whistling as it shot through the air with terrible speed, and struck Master Sunless, who had been slow to react, straight in the face. She flinched. Oh no! Before he could even recover, Nephis was already beside him. She traversed the entire arena with a single push, appearing near the spectator seats almost instantaneously. The charming enchanter had barely had time to react, raising his hands to clutch at his face. Nephis kneeled beside him and raised her own, her gaze anxious. He was a master, so an alloy blade would not hurt him too much, but still. She was very angry at herself and concerned about him. "Master Sunless, please lower your hands, let me see." Covering half of his face, he looked at her with one eye and forced out a smile. "It's fine, Lady Nephis. I'm tougher than I look. You don't have to worry." She gritted her teeth. "Still, let me see." The enchanter lingered for a while, then lowered his hands obediently. Nephis let out a relieved sigh. She was certain that she would see blood, but the alloy blade somehow failed to break skin despite its dire speed. Nevertheless, his cheek and brow were red and swollen, and there would be a serious bruise on his face before too long. Scowling, she took his chin with one hand and gently touched his face with the other. "It's fine, the bone isn't fractured. Just a bruise." Nephis calmed down. In the next moment, however, she realized the position they were in. Master Sunless was sitting, while she was kneeling on the ground beside him. She was holding his face, and they were terribly close to each other. His onyx eyes were right in front of her, looking into hers. They were like deep pools of cool darkness. She could see her disheveled reflection in them. The young enchanter remained still, looking at her silently. Nephi's hesitated for a few moments, then said with false calmness, "Don't move." In the next moment, a soft radiance ignited under the skin of her hands. She was assaulted by the familiar agony, but at the same time she saw a hint of relief smooth his features. The swelling subsided and disappeared altogether, leaving his skin flawless and unblemished, just as it had been before. It was cool, silky, and soft to the touch. There, all better. Nephi smiled and felt the corner of his mouth rise into a subtle smile under her fingers. Why am I still holding his face? She lingered for a few moments, then lowered her hands, with a bit of reluctance. Chapter 1769, dreams old and new to hide her embarrassment. Nephi's left to wash off her sweat and change clothes. When she regained her composure and returned, her hair still glistening with moisture, Master Sunless gave her a peculiar glance and looked away. She would have thought that he was uncomfortable because of being hurt by her just now, if not for the fact that she could feel his desire burning hotly deep within his soul. The gentle enchanter was not uncomfortable. He was just trying to hide being moved by her appearance. His yearning was usually vague and subdued, as if something was obscuring it from her senses. But she knew that it was there. Being aware of something like that would make most people feel uneasy, or at least make them act as if they were uneasy. However, Nephi's did not mind too much either way. As her ability to sense longing developed, she had come to know that humans were creatures led by their desires, and that this kind of yearning was both the most common and the one they hid most thoroughly. It had been a bit of a shock for her to learn how many men secretly felt it in her presence, but she quickly came to peace with it. It was simply human nature. What mattered was not how they felt, but how they chose to act. Some were slaves to their desires, while some were masters of themselves and lived their lives with clear minds. Master Sunless was never unpleasant in his actions and treated her with the utmost decorum. His mind was clear and his intentions were pure. So Nephi's was not at all appalled by the hidden flames burning in his soul. In fact, for the first time, she was a bit pleased to know that someone felt that way about her. At least she wasn't the only one getting flustered all the time. Now that the sword demonstration was over, there was some time left before the next item on their schedule. The schedule had been prepared by Cassie, who was in charge of maintaining the facade of their fake relationship and keeping the sword commission a secret, but it wasn't very strict. So Nephi's and Master Sunless had some freedom in what they chose to do. Today, for example, he had prepared a picnic. Nephi's had a vague notion that picnics were usually held in nicer settings, but due to the difficulty of finding privacy in Bastion, they were forced to eat right here in the Martial Hall. She sighed wistfully. Maybe I should invite him to the Ivory Island next time. It's peaceful there and the lake is beautiful. But then she blushed slightly. Would that be considered inviting a man over? She lived on the Ivory Island after all. What would he think? What would she want him to think? The charming enchanter, meanwhile, spread a beautiful tablecloth on the bench and placed various snacks on it. There was also a jar of freshly squeezed fruit juice and some ice to keep it cool. Smiling, he gestured to the food. Please enjoy, Lady Nephi's. She was quite hungry after the strenuous sword practice, so his invitation was most welcome. Truth be told, Nephi's had never paid much attention to food, but everything prepared by Master Sunless was simply too delicious. She enjoyed these meals quite a bit. Picking up a sandwich, she took a bite. The bread was fresh and crisp, the meat had a delightful texture, and the combination of lettuce and tomatoes was just right to make the sandwich juicy without becoming soggy. The homemade sauce added enough flavor to make the ingredients shine, but not so much as to overwhelm their natural taste. It was delectable. One could tell a lot about an awakened from their cooking. Nephi's had tasted enough meals prepared by Master Sunless to guess a few things, as well. His habits were very eclectic, like those of a man who had wandered a lot. There was a certain spontaneity to them, as well, hinting that his skill had developed gradually by trial and error, as opposed to having been taught by experienced tutors of a legacy clan. There were influences of Bastion and several other regions in the sword domain, the efficient practicality common among the veterans of the Southern Campaign, and even hints of the Forgotten Shore in his cooking, the latter most likely picked up from working in the kitchen with Aiko. He was a very talented cook. Nephi's had tasted dishes prepared for the royal table by renowned chefs, and while Master Sunless was not nearly as sophisticated, she found herself preferring his simple cooking to those exquisite meals. By far, she looked at him, finished her delicious sandwich, and asked with curiosity, "Were you always good at cooking, Master Sunless?" He smiled and shook his head. "No, not at all. Actually, I grew up eating nothing but synth paste. I only tasted real food after becoming a sleeper at the academy. Let me tell you, Lady Nephi's, it was quite a shock." Nephi's felt sad for a moment. How poor his background must have been to only get access to palatable food after becoming infected by the nightmare spell. She had not known that about him. Now that Nephi's thought about it, she knew very little about the young enchanter, despite having spent time with him on many occasions. She hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "Was that why you decided to open a restaurant?" Master Sunless looked at her with a surprise and remained silent for a bit. It looked as if he was reminiscing. After a while, he chuckled and shook his head again. "No, my original dream was to own a memory shop. I don't actually remember where I got the idea to open a restaurant as well. Must have been sometime during the chain of nightmares. I just figured that feeding people would feel nice. Oh, and earn me some money as well." Nephi's was stumped by that answer. There was nothing shameful about owning a memory shop. She believed strongly that it was the duty of all awakened to resist the nightmare spell, but that did not mean that everyone had to spill blood on the battlefield. There were those with unsuitable dispositions or utility aspects who maintained the cities, grew crops, and supplied the warriors with equipment. Their work was no less important. So, Master Sunless was a dutiful person, as well. The memories he crafted helped those better suited for the battlefield defeat nightmare creatures and come home alive. It was just that. Nephi's herself dreamed of something so heavy and unattainable. Wasn't owning a shop too trivial of a thing to be someone's dream? Perhaps reading something on her face, the charming enchanter smiled. "It might be difficult for someone as accomplished as you to understand, Lady Nephi's. You are a storied champion of humanity, after all, but most people never grow numb to the horrors of the nightmare spell. Even if they are seasoned warriors, they would still prefer living quietly away from the abominable monsters and mortal danger. Dreaming of something so mundane might seem strange to you, but in fact, these mundane things are what most people dream about." Nephi's looked at him thoughtfully. He was right, of course. She had always been quite different from most people, and felt alienated as a result. She also knew that it was her who was abnormal, not the other way around. For a moment, Nephi's tried to imagine what it would be like to have a mundane dream. If her life had been different, what would her heart strive for? She looked at the training arena. Would she have wanted to open a martial school like this one and dedicate her life to the pursuit of swordsmanship, sharing her insights with students and feeling joy every day? Would she maybe dedicate her life to music? Playing an instrument had never been among the lessons taught to her as a legacy, so Nephi's had no such skill. But she had often fantasized about performing music as a child. Were dreams supposed to be like that? Nephi's enjoyed a piece of savory meat pie, then asked with genuine curiosity, "What does it feel like to accomplish your dream?" Her own had always been so out of reach, so burdensome. It was all-consuming and overwhelming, much larger than her life. And yet she could not quite imagine living any other way. Master Sunless remained silent for a while, then smiled wistfully. "Who knows?" I certainly don't. By the time I found myself in a position to open a shop, too many things had happened. I changed, and my dreams changed as well. Still, I guess it depends on what you used to dream about. My old dream was rather nice, so the life I've built due to its influence is also on the nicer side. It's peaceful. Nephi's raised her eyebrow. What is your dream now, then? He looked at her intently and hesitated for a few moments. Then the charming enchanter chuckled. That. I don't really have dreams anymore. I just have goals. Having a goal is much better than having a dream, don't you think? She pondered his words for a few moments and asked neutrally, "What's the difference?" Master Sunless looked away and sighed. "I'd say that the difference is in how you approach it. A dream is something you want to happen. A goal is something that you make happen. The difference is in having enough determination to grasp what you want and never let it go." He remained silent for a while and then added with a hint of sadness in his pleasant voice, "But to be honest, I've let go of a few things in my life. So if there is something I really want, it's to go back and try again. That is not a dream, though. Since it's in the past, it is just a regret." The charming enchanter emptied his glass, then looked at her and smiled. "Now that I think about it, I guess I do have a dream." His onyx eyes looked into hers, glistening in the sunlight. "It's to live my life never feeling regret again." Nephi smiled. It was a good dream. Chapter 1770, keen insight. Leaving the martial hall, they went for a walk. Sunny offered Nephi's his arm once again, and they strolled along the lively streets of Bastion, making sure to be seen by as many people as possible. It wasn't every day that ordinary citizens could catch a glimpse of Changing Star, so many were stunned and excited. She smiled politely at them and nodded from time to time. Luckily, a saint was different from a celebrity. Although she was immensely popular, people treated her with a sense of solemn veneration. No one bothered them wanting to receive an autograph, and no one tried to exchange words with her. They just looked from afar and kept a respectful distance. Nephi's herself, meanwhile, was quite curious about the details of the day-to-day life of the city. As they walked, she often asked Sunny to explain this or that, listening to his explanations with keen interest. Before last year, most people in Bastion sustained themselves on the food rations delivered from the waking world, and the meat brought back by the abomination hunters. But then, the fields outside the city were finally able to yield a harvest. Crops capable of thriving in the dream realm soil had been cultivated decades ago, but scaling the production took time. In any case, the city is almost self-sufficient now. These food stalls became popular after the supply of locally sourced flour stabilized as well. "Would you like to try a fish cake? It's not really fish, of course, but it's still delicious." She smiled and shook her head. "No, thank you, I am quite full." Hearing that, Sunny felt satisfied. It seemed that she had enjoyed the picnic. Feeding people felt nice indeed, especially this particular person. Nephi's looked at him with curiosity and then asked in a neutral tone, "Master Sunless, can I ask you a question?" Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Of course." She lingered for a moment. "You've been observing my swordsmanship. What did you see?" He had expected her to ask that somewhat. The arrangement between Nephi's and him was for the purpose of crafting a weapon for her, and to do that, Sunny had requested to study her swordsmanship and battle technique. However, his persona was that of a sorcerer, not a warrior. Nephi's did not know how deep his understanding of combat went, and if he was even capable of learning anything about her transcendent battle prowess. In fact, if anything, she would think that his knowledge of swordsmanship was shallow. She did not know that although Sunny's understanding of combat was not the deepest in the world, it was certainly the broadest. He doubted that anyone, including her and the three sovereigns, had absorbed as many battle styles as he had. So Nephi's was curious to learn how much he saw, and to what degree he was capable of appreciating her swordsmanship. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed and said in a somber tone, "Your swordsmanship is ruthless." She seemed amused by his answer. Ruthless. He nodded and contemplated his next words carefully. At first, I was really surprised. You are renowned across 2 worlds as one of the most skilled warriors of humanity, Lady Nephi's. You are also the daughter of Broken Sword, whose swordsmanship is legendary. And yet, your technique seems grossly reckless and unbalanced. She smiled silently. Sunny coughed and then continued calmly. It is an exceedingly aggressive style, and your offense is stunningly lethal. However, the defense, the master of that martial hall earlier would have beaten his students senseless if he saw them neglecting defense to that degree. Despite that, your footwork is too strange. It is meaninglessly conservative to the point of appearing awkward. It's all a proper mess. Nephi's laughed quietly. In other words, I am a fraud. He smiled sadly, then shook his head. It would seem like that, but of course it is not true. The truth of the matter is that you are too ruthless. Sunny's smile faded slowly. Your battle art has no mercy at all, not for your enemies and not for yourself. You disregard defense because you expect to be hurt, mauled, and maimed. Your aspect allows you to recover from almost any wound, after all, so no matter how terribly your body is mutilated, you can continue to fight. For that reason, your style simply breaks every possible convention of combat technique. You've reinvented the very concept of swordsmanship from the ground up, removing self-preservation from its foundation. He sighed. Of course, simply removing one of the cornerstones of swordsmanship is not enough to create a functional battle art. You also had to replace every basic principle of combat connected to it with a new one, incorporating being hurt into the very core of your technique. Your flesh might heal, but force is still transferred when you receive a blow. Your balance is still affected. Your sword won't strike true if your sword arm is severed. So, you did not simply discard defense in favor of overwhelming offense. Rather, you replaced defense with controlled harm, learning how to kill the enemy in the most efficient way while sacrificing your body in the most calculated manner. His expression turned somber. That is why your technique seems so reckless, and why your footwork is so strange. Of course, that impression is woefully wrong. In truth, you are not reckless at all. Instead, you are so strategic that it is almost chilling. Your knowledge of physics, anatomy, and the underlying laws of combat has to be staggering. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to create such a diabolical battle art. Nephi seemed very satisfied by his answer. She looked at him with visible appreciation and then smiled. Her striking gray eyes were almost beaming. I didn't expect you to possess such keen insight, Master Sunless. Your expertise in swordsmanship is truly outstanding. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then looked away and sighed again. Well, it's just a preliminary conclusion, and a shallow one at that. There is a limit to how much I can learn from watching you practice. To truly understand enough, I'll need to observe you in actual battle. Her smile widened a little. It was a rare sight to see Nephi smiling like that, which was a shame because her sincere smile was simply too beautiful. Sunny felt his heart skipping a beat. She chuckled quietly and then said in a pleased tone, You shared your insight, but not your opinion. What do you think of my swordsmanship, Master Sunless? Care to give me a compliment? He looked away and hesitated for a while. There were a lot of flowery words he could use to describe her technique. It was quite tantalizing, after all, not to mention lethal and deeply ingenious. However, in the end, what he said was something else. It's inhuman. The smile froze on Neff's face and her mirth was replaced by confusion. Inhuman, Sunny nodded somberly. It is built upon pain, Lady Nephi's. Humans naturally avoid suffering. So forgive me for being presumptuous, but I really wish that you avoided getting hurt as well. Nephi stared at him for a few moments, then turned away and shrugged with a faint smile. When she spoke, her voice sounded a little wistful. It's just pain. He looked at her, his eyes full of darkness. Those words again. Sunny studied her beautiful face for a while. Her hand was resting on his forearm, and he could feel her presence illuminate the world like a warm sun. Why did such a radiant person have to live in constant agony? Why did she have to grow numb to pain? He opened his mouth, then closed it and exhaled slowly. Then he smiled and said in a light tone, "Still, try not to get hurt too much, Lady Nephi's. It might be hard to believe because of my outstanding and refined appearance, but I actually know a thing or two about pain. One time, I wasn't mindful enough and grabbed a hot pan. It hurt like hell. I have been very careful around pans since then." Nephi's glanced at him, blinked a couple of times, and then laughed. By then, they have already reached their destination. It was a theater hosting a popular play. Chapter 1771. Curtain call. There was a private box reserved for Nephi's and Sunny. They were guided there by a young stagehand, who was visibly struggling to maintain decorum while bursting at the seams with excitement. It was not every day that changing star of the Immortal Flame clan visited a theater. In fact, Sunny was pretty sure that she had never participated in these kinds of social activities before. There would be a freshly embossed plaque nailed in the foyer of the theater by tomorrow, no doubt. Something like, "This humble establishment has enjoyed the patronage of the brightest of stars," or, "We are proud to have hosted Her Royal Highness, Saint Nephi's of Immortal Flame." Such a simple thing was enough to enhance the theater's prestige twofold. I wonder if this place is secretly sponsored by Cassie. The box was luxuriously furnished, dark, and elevated above the auditorium high enough so that no one could see what was happening inside. Sunny felt frustrated at the fact that his heart was almost racing. Letting out a sigh, he glanced at the stage and took a seat. The curtain had not been raised yet, and the audience was filling in with excited whispers. He was distracted for a moment when Nephi sat down near him, their shoulders almost touching. "This private box is a bit cramped, isn't it?" Well, it couldn't be helped. He remained silent for a moment, then asked in a neutral tone, "By the way, what play are we watching?" Nephi's looked at him with a hint of surprise. "You don't know?" Sunny shook his head. "I'm afraid I don't." She seemed a little embarrassed for some reason. Nephi's hesitated for a while, then coughed awkwardly. "Actually, I don't know either. Cassie St. Cassia arranged it. I assumed you would have been informed." Sunny chuckled. "Well, it will be a surprise then. Who knows, we might enjoy it a great deal." Actually, he didn't really care about the contents of the play. He doubted he would be able to concentrate on the actors anyway when Nephi's was so close to him in the darkness. Soon the lights dimmed and the curtains were slowly pulled. The audience held its breath. At the same time, Sunny's smile froze on his lips. In fact, he had stopped breathing entirely. His expression slowly crumbled, and he barely suppressed a tormented groan. Because right at that moment he saw the title of the play above the decorations. Written in a purposefully messy scrawl, several words were displayed on dark background: "The Devil of Antarctica." Oh no! On the stage, the decorations were divided into two distinct locations. On one, a military boat sailed on an icy sea. On the other, tall mountain peaks towered above a snowy cliff. Sunny tried to sink into his chair, raising a trembling hand to cover his face. He didn't even care if Nephi's would notice his strange behavior. He just wanted to disappear and be somewhere, anywhere. Else the next moment. "I'm done for." There was an actress wearing a black armor standing on the snowy cliff, gazing down at the audience with a somber look. The armor design was quite austere, but somehow managed to accentuate every curve of her quite distinguished body very well. Her blonde hair moved slightly in the artificial wind, and her bright blue eyes were full of harsh resolve. The military boat, meanwhile, seated 7 soldiers in the uniforms of the 1st Evacuation Army. Their leader was standing at the bow, peering ahead with a stoic expression on his chiseled face. He was close to 2 meters in height and possessed a formidable build, oozing rugged masculinity. The makeup made him look extremely pale, and he seemed to be wearing a black wig. Sunny took a shaky breath. "These bastards. Both the distinguished actress and the square-jawed man were supposed to be inspired by him. He could live with the brutish guy, but the well-proportioned beauty, really. This was why he had avoided watching the movie version at all costs. Now, however, Sonny had no choice but to watch. He squirmed silently. At that moment, one of the soldiers said to his comrades on the boat, "Why so glum, comrades? Cheer up. We are nearing Antarctica." Nightmare creatures stand no chance against the heroic soldiers of the evacuation army. Immediately, the leader cut him off with a sharp gaze and scoffed. "Good attitude, soldier. However, the message is wrong. Don't underestimate the enemy. Heroes won't win this war, so don't try to be a hero." He flashed a dark grin and added hoarsely, his rugged voice easily capturing the audience, "Be a monster, be a fiend. That is how you will survive." Sonny shuddered, knowing that he was in for a very, very long couple of hours. The play followed two ascended. One of them was an anti-hero only known as the Captain, who led a convoy of refugees on a tumultuous journey across the Antarctic center. He possessed a devilish charm and a cynical personality, but displayed a surprising amount of valor and resolve. As well, hiding a compassionate heart under the snide facade of a disillusioned fatalist. The other was a mysterious female warrior who joined the army in the early stages of the campaign, displaying stunning power and indomitable courage. She was aloof, but noble and selfless, breaking the tide of several dire battles while refusing to say anything about her background and allegiance. The two quickly became known as the Devil of Antarctica and its guardian angel, respectively. Their paths intersected in the middle of the play during the tragic siege of Falcon Scott, where a tentative romance bloomed between them against the bleak backdrop of war. Sonny was perfectly expressionless as he watched the play. "No, but how does it even make sense? Am I romancing myself?" He was too embarrassed to look at Nephi's, staring directly ahead. I want to die." The production was stellar, and the actors were quite talented. The story was not even that tasteless, even if it twisted most facts to fit the narrative presented by the government propaganda machine at the time. It was just that Sonny had been there, and he certainly had not been in the habit of constantly spewing witty one-liners, sharing gems of jaded wisdom with the admiring soldiers, and looking soulfully into the distance every other minute. Worst of all, he felt that the play would be a hit. The horror. And their eye was feeling happy that there was no video streaming services in the dream realm. Feeling a strong desire to manifest a swarm of shadows and collapse the roof of the theater, he furtively glanced at Nephi's. Coincidentally, she was also looking at him at that moment. Just then, the first act concluded and the lights went on. Nephi's tilted her head a little and asked neutrally, "How do you like the play, Master Sunless?" Sonny forced out a smile. It was one of the hardest things he had done in his life, and he had put his head back after being decapitated once. He lingered for a few moments and then said in a flat tone, "It's directed well. I'm not a fan, though." Nephi's chuckled, then sighed. "I am sorry. I don't know what Cassie was thinking. You participated in the Southern campaign as well, after all. It must be unpleasant to see a censored version of the calamity you lived through on the stage." She looked at the curtain and shook her head. "I heard that the Captain is based on a real person. I was in East Antarctica, though, so I wouldn't know. He must have been quite a character." Sonny did not respond. "He's quite a character, indeed." They spent the intermission in awkward silence. Sonny was thinking of a way to convince Nephi's to leave, but sadly he couldn't think of any, especially due to her status. An ordinary person could slip away in the middle of a play, but if Changing Star did it, the theater would go bankrupt the next day. Such was the power of her glorious fame. Eventually, it was time for the second act to start. It was then that Nephi said calmly, never looking away from the stage, "We are being watched." Sonny raised an eyebrow. He usually kept his shadow sense restrained in Bastion so he wouldn't know. "Why would anyone be watching us?" she sighed. "You don't have to worry. It's nothing serious." Someone is probably suspicious and wants to confirm the nature of our relationship. He relaxed. Oh, she had just survived an assassination attempt recently, and the whole world was in turmoil as a result. There were no riots on the streets, but tensions were running high. If something happened to Nephi's in the meantime, he was afraid that everything would explode. So, even though it was unpleasant to know that someone was spying on them, Sonny felt relieved. Not for long, though. Because the second act had started. On the stage, the Falcon Scott had fallen, and the devil was separated from the angel during the evacuation, carried away unconscious on the last ship. The latter was presumed to have perished in the siege. The second part of the story took place in East Antarctica, where the forces sent by the legacy clans helped to stem the tide of nightmare creatures. The captain, grief-stricken and heartbroken, went from gazing soulfully into the distance every other minute to doing so about every 30 seconds. The frequency of his sardonic remarks decreased, but his general disposition had only grown more obnoxious. Sonny was in a foul mood and grinding his teeth. It was then, however, that Nephi's raised a hand and wrapped her arm around him firmly, pulling him closer in the darkness. He froze. What is she doing? Please forgive me, Master Sunless. We must play our parts as well. She was terribly close. Sonny blinked a couple of times, then a small smile slowly crept onto his face. Ah, yes, I guess there's no helping it. He placed his head on her shoulder in an intimate display. Whoever was watching them should be able to confirm the nature of their relationship from that scene. What could he do? There was no choice. He had to cooperate earnestly. Held comfortably in Neff's embrace, Sonny smiled with satisfaction. I must admit, the second part of the play was much better than the first. It was actually not bad at all. The director really knew what they were doing. Chapter 1772, Deus ex Machina. Strangely enough, Nephi's was enjoying the play. The leading actress was good at her craft. The role she was portraying was taciturn and stoic, but revealed a stalwart determination to resist the tide of nightmare creatures at all costs, a true warrior. The guardian angel of Antarctica did not display a lot of emotions, which could have made some people consider her a flat character. But personally, Nephi's thought that it was the opposite. The actress managed to show the subtlety of someone who was unaccustomed to expressing her emotions openly, and felt that there was no place for such things on the battlefield. It was really quite commendable, even if the angel seemed a bit lonesome as a result. The protagonist was her complete opposite. He was very emotive and did not shy away from voicing his opinions, even if these opinions were usually not something people would want to hear. His dry wit and casual nonchalance were disarming, and his slightly comical persona was strangely endearing. His heart was in the right place, too, and yet, Nephi's found herself unable to fully immerse herself in his character. The actor portraying the devil was handling the role well, so there was nothing to complain about. It was just that. How could she put it? The man was a bit too brawny. She had never really considered the matter, but now Nephi suddenly realized that rugged men like that did not suit her taste very much. She was inclined to appreciate men like Master Sunless much better. Feeling the pleasant weight of his head on her shoulder, she smiled subtly in the darkness. How did I end up in this situation? The charming enchanter was leaning on her comfortably. Her arm was wrapped around him, as if they were really in that kind of relationship. It was true that there was someone in the theater observing them, but had there really been a need for a display of intimacy? She had done it mostly on impulse, perhaps because Cassie's unexpected request was still stuck in her mind. But Nephi's didn't mind the result. It felt quite nice. Enjoying the novel feeling of closeness, she continued to watch the play. On the stage, the touching love story between the devil and the angel had already progressed, and was now nearing a tragic culmination. After being reunited in East Antarctica and confessing their feelings, the heroes faced a deadly crisis. She tilted her head and accidentally rested her cheek on top of the charming enchanter's head, feeling the silky texture of his raven-black hair. Nephi's froze for a moment, perplexed, then made a hard decision. To pretend that she had done it on purpose, and that everything was going according to plan. Just like that, there was something to distract her from the utterly fictional depiction of the Battle of the Black Skull happening on the stage. There was no mention of the great clans having fought each other, of course. Instead, they were shown as self-sacrificing champions of humanity who had ventured into the wilderness to buy King Anvil and his cohort enough time to conquer the fourth nightmare. The angel had already revealed herself as a disgraced retainer of clan valor, and now the heroes were trying to stall the tide of dreadful abominations in a desperate last stand. The play took some liberties with the original film's plot, it seemed, adapting it to the sensibilities of the people living in the sword domain. On the stage, the angel was supporting the devil, both of them battered and covered in fake blood. "Hold on. We must hold on, Captain. The King of Valor will be here soon." The square jaw of the protagonist trembled and he forced out his familiar devilish grin. I'm afraid that I will have to break my promise, Angel. I'm sorry, but really, you have no one to blame but yourself. You should not have fallen in love with a dishonest man like me." Still smiling fearlessly, he pushed the wounded angel back into the hands of his soldiers and commanded them to retreat. Left alone, the devil faced the encroaching shadow created by special effects. It represented the great abominations that had escaped the Category 4 gates. A sarcastic scoff escaped from his lips. "I really thought I'd make it. Well, never mind. This devil's time away from hell is coming to an end. Ah, what a sweet dream it has been. Thank you, my love." Nephis could hear quiet sobs in the audience. She could also feel Master Sunless tremble slightly. Was he quite affected by the play? His reaction seemed quite intense from the very start. The charming enchanter was surprisingly emotional. She wondered idly if he knew the truth about the Battle of the Black Skull. He wasn't there, after all, and most people believed in the false record of what had happened on that day. The truth was not nearly as romantic. Knowing what would happen next, Nephis sighed and suddenly wished to fall through the ground. Was there still a chance to set fire to the theater? That would interrupt the play for sure. Master Sunless felt her tension and shifted slightly, looking up. His terribly handsome face was suddenly way too close. "What is the matter?" She tried very hard to hide her embarrassment, looked away, and said in a flat tone, "It's nothing." But just then, the stage was suddenly drowned in bright light, which chased away the encroaching darkness. A beautiful young woman in white clothes that were a little bit too tight for her generous figure was lowered from above on invisible ropes, somehow maintaining a graceful image despite two heavy wings attached to her back by a hidden harness. She held a radiant sword in her hand, her face the perfect picture of enlightened valiance. Nephis sighed and covered her face with a palm. There were a few joyful yelps from the audience. "It's Lady Changing Star. The king has returned from the nightmare. Please save him, Lady Nephis. Hurry." Indeed, the actress being lowered from above was the very same Ingenu who played Nephis in the local rendition of that accursed movie. She was portraying Changing Star. Nephis could feel the enchanter's body trembling once again. Glancing at him between her fingers, she was startled to see that he was trying to suppress laughter. Her expression fell a little. "What's so funny?" Master Sunless looked at her with a smile, his onyx eyes glistening with mirth. Then he shook his head apologetically. No, please forgive me, Lady Nephis. It's just a bit of schadenfreude." Hearing that, she was suddenly in the mood to do something that she had never done before. Nephis wanted to pout. Turning away from him, she remained silent for a few moments, and then said evenly, "I'm glad my suffering amuses you." Master Sunless gasped and stared at her with a hint of panic in his gem-like eyes. Nephis tried to maintain a calm facade, but the corner of her mouth curled upward against her will. She sighed and closed her eyes. Cute. On the stage, Changing Star saved the day. The devil was rescued and reunited with the angel, who had led the Valor reinforcements to his position. The King of Swords descended to Antarctica, eradicating the nightmare creatures and leading the civilians to the sword domain. Due to the bravery and selflessness that the angel had shown during the Southern Campaign, her past misdeed was pardoned by Princess Nephise, and she was reinstated as a Knight of Valor. The devil was knighted by the Radiant Princess as well, and the two of them became trusted champions of the royal family. It was a happy ending. The curtain fell, and the lights went on. The actors returned to the stage to bow and were met by a thunderous applause. Of course, all of them could not help but throw furtive glances at the private box. Nephise sighed, then stood up with a pleasant smile and clapped a few times. At the sight of that, the eyes of the actors shined, and the audience exploded with an even more energetic applause. Master Sunless watched her with an amused smile, then asked quietly, "I guess you liked the play, Lady Nephise." Nephise lingered for a bit. What was she supposed to say? That the play was all right, but she really enjoyed the experience of him resting his head on her shoulder as she embraced him in the darkness. She cleared her throat. It was a good performance. However, I'm not sure you'll understand, but it is a really uncomfortable thing to see someone playing you on the stage. Master Sunless stared at her silently for a few moments. Then he looked down with an odd expression and said in a neutral tone, "Yeah, I guess something like that would be hard to understand." Nephise smiled faintly. At least Cassie had enough presence of mind not to send us to see the Song of Light and Darkness. How would her pretend paramour feel watching a play about a fictional relationship between her and another man? That would have been a disaster. Chapter 1773. Fake It Sunny had been full of bitter resentment when the performance started, but by the end of it, he was in an excellent mood. Watching Nephise dance with her sword, treating her to a picnic, going for a leisurely stroll arm in arm, and enjoying a romantic play together. The day was shaping up great. Sadly, their time together would soon come to an end. All that was left on the schedule was dinner at an upscale restaurant after that. Nephise would disappear for a few days or a week, busy with all her other responsibilities. So he had to make the most of this dinner appointment. I'll take the chance to size up the competition. However, Sunny knew that he was fooling himself. In truth, the brilliant Emporium could not even be considered a competitor of the lofty restaurant. His cafe was a place where people could enjoy delicious, but relatively simple food in a cozy atmosphere. The establishment where they were entering right now, though, was where the affluent citizens of Bastion came to waste money and show status in splendid surroundings. He felt inclined to treat such extravagance with disdain, but found himself unable to do that after being led to a private booth by an exceedingly respectful waiter. Comparing the immaculate attire and flawless manners of the young man to how Aiko usually behaved, Sunny was suddenly unsure of his judgment. Perhaps these rich folks were really onto something. But then again, he was richer than all of them combined. Sunny never flaunted his wealth, but it would have been hard to remain poor after hunting great nightmare creatures for years. And since he didn't really have expenditures like the need to maintain a clan, he was probably the wealthiest man in Bastion, second only to the King of Swords himself. So logically, it was the brilliant Emporium that set the standard of luxury. Everyone else could only hope to imitate his unique style. Still, Sunny hands trembled when he sat down and saw a large, empty plate in front of him. A CHCH charger plate. How fancy. And what was it made of? Was it the famed Aegis porcelain? That porcelain could only be made from the mystical clay found in a remote region of the sword domain. The precise recipe kept secret by the artisans employed by the legacy clan presiding over those lands. The tablecloth was made from sublime silk. The utensils were pure silver. the table itself. Damnation, he recognized that wood. That was Titanwood, the same as the instructor's cafeteria at the academy. At least his chair was in all ways inferior to the shadow chair. Otherwise, Sonny would have been quite disheartened. Nephi sat down across from him and smiled. I doubt that they will serve us anything as delicious as what you make, Master Sunless. Still, please try to enjoy yourself. Sonny looked at her with gratitude, suddenly feeling a lot better. Right. Who cares about how fancy the plates, silverware, and furniture are? It's the food that matters. Paying attention to form over substance was a silly thing to do, like valuing flowery prose over an engaging story. Sonny might have acted like a bit of an idiot at times, but at least he wasn't that misguided. He stared at Nephi silently while the waiter was pouring fragrant wine into their glasses, enchanted by her exquisite beauty. The light of a magical chandelier was reflecting from her silver hair, and her fair face was illuminated softly. The privacy of the luxurious booth created an intimate atmosphere. It was then that a sudden thought entered his mind, and he felt as if someone had doused him with cold water. Sonny looked away and lowered his head a little. The war was approaching, which meant that he had to tell Nephi's the truth soon. There would not be many days like this one in the future. In fact, there might be none at all. He felt a sense of deep melancholy. When the waiter left, Nephi took a sip of wine and leaned back. She remained silent for a few moments, then asked with a hint of concern in her voice, I'm sorry for making you feel uncomfortable earlier, Master Sunless, because of the subject of the play and, well, my actions as well. Sonny looked at her in surprise. Offended? No, I wasn't offended, Nephi smiled. That's a relief. She placed the wineglass back on the table. The table was meant for 2 people to dine, so it wasn't very large. Her hand remained on the white tablecloth, close enough that Sonny could reach and hold it. Of course, he did no such thing and just stared at it silently. Nephi suddenly asked, her voice neutral, What do people usually talk about in such situations? He raised an eyebrow. Such situations. She hesitated for a few moments, then reached for the wineglass again. That you know, on a date. Ours is a fake one, but we should probably make an effort to make it look real. Sonny felt bewildered for a moment. Eventually, he smiled and shrugged slowly. Lady Nephi's, I'm afraid I have no idea. I don't think I've ever been on a proper date myself. She looked at him with a visible expression of surprise, which was quite rare for the usually composed Nephi's. Her eyes widened a little. Really? I thought you a man like you, Sonny chuckled. I'm not sure what kind of man you think I am, but your impression of me is probably wrong. In fact, he hesitated for a moment and then added wistfully, it most definitely is. Sonny took a sip of wine and said in a neutral tone, Well, I assume that people talk about the usual things that one ought to know about a potential partner, romantic or not. You know, background, views, aspirations, who they are, what they want, things like that. Nephi studied his face for a while, then nodded. Let's do that then. That play earlier, I was afraid that you would be uncomfortable because of your experiences in Antarctica. That was why I actually never mind. What I wanted to say is that I don't really know a lot about what you went through there, Master Sunless. Were you part of the 2nd Evacuation Army or of the local forces? He smiled and shook his head lightly. 1st Evacuation Army, actually. She seemed surprised. Then, the 2nd Evacuation Army was mostly composed of volunteers, while the local awakened had no choice but to join the Southern Campaign. The members of the 1st Army, however, were all from the core government forces. Sonny chuckled. No, I was never a government grunt. It's just that I had a friend in the chain of command and was invited to join the effort before the news broke. It's a bit shameful to admit, but I threw a big tantrum back then and accepted the invitation for quite an immature reason. Nephi's looked at him intently, as if trying to picture him throwing a tantrum in her mind. Eventually, she shook her head and said, I can't quite imagine you doing something like that. Immature reason. Really? He smiled and took another sip of wine. Yes. It was mostly to spite someone, a very childish reaction in hindsight. Well, there were other reasons, of course, some better than others. Finding conviction, pursuing strength. It all seemed very important before the chain of nightmares started, and very meaningless pretty much immediately after it did. At that moment, the waiter arrived to serve the first course. Sonny stared at the elaborate appetizers for a bit, but he did not really have an appetite anymore. Looking at Nephi's, he said, I think it's a bit unfair on you to have a conversation about background, views, and aspirations with someone, Lady Nephi's. It is bound to be one-sided. You are exceedingly famous, after all, everyone knows these things about you. The waiter left. She also ignored the food, taking a sip of wine in silence. Then she placed the glass down and smiled faintly. You of all people should know that what people say about me and what is true are not the same, Master Sunless. After all, one of the things they say is that I am indulging you because we are lovers. He laughed quietly. Indeed. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then asked in a pleasant tone, In that case, let me ask you something. What are your aspirations, Lady Nephi's? What do you want? She considered his words and answered with a careless shrug. It's nothing unexpected, I guess. Keep my soldiers alive, safeguard the sword domain, watch cities like Bastion thrive. Sonny shook his glass a little, watching the light reflect from the red wine. He wasn't the only one hiding the truth. Lies. It was all lies. He wasn't telling the truth, and Nephi's wasn't being honest either. Their date was truly a fake one. Since he was not saying anything, she went forward and asked, What about you, Master Sunless? What do you want? Sonny shifted his gaze and looked at her hand once again. There was a hint of a deep longing in his dark eyes. He did not speak until the pain of the flaw made it impossible to remain silent. To hell with it. Looking up at Nephi's, Sonny lingered for a moment and then smiled faintly. I find myself wishing that our date wasn't a fake one. I want it to be real instead. Is that too forward? Chapter 1774, Till You Make It. Sonny went ahead and expressed his real feelings without thinking about the consequences, which could be quite heartbreaking one way or the other. But really he didn't have much to lose. Nephi's did not react immediately. Her face remained composed and impassive. After a while she said evenly, It's not. Sonny sighed and leaned back. What was he doing? Cassie had been right. By keeping his true identity from Nephi's, he was being truly unfair. What kind of relationship did he hope to build on the foundation of deceit? And that was what he was doing, deceiving her. But despite that, Cassie had also been wrong. She wanted to avoid a predicament that was merely the result of a larger and entirely unsolvable problem, because Sonny simply could not be honest with Nephi's. It was impossible, because even if he told her the actual truth, she would forget it a few moments later. So what if he admitted to being the Lord of Shadows? Compared to the other things he was keeping from her, that detail was all but insignificant. She could never know that he had loved her for a long, long time, and that she had loved him, that they had spent years thinking about each other, fighting side by side with each other, and surviving the horrors of the nightmare spell together. That they had met when they were young and inexperienced, each spending their tumultuous youth being shaped by the other. That the troubled adults they had grown into were the result of them having met all those years ago in front of the gates of the academy. That she was his person and he was hers. These were the things Nephi's would never know, and therefore, any relationship Sonny could build with her would inevitably be built on deceit. It would inevitably be unfair. The only honest thing he could do for Nephi's was leave and have no contact with her whatsoever. But he was unwilling to. He had made a choice and lost her, but he selfishly wanted to be found by her. And so the only thing he could do was lie. Sonny lingered for a moment, then leaned forward and placed his hand on hers. Raising his head, he looked into her eyes and asked, his voice even, Lady Nephi's, will you go on a date with me? She met his gaze silently. Her silence felt quite terrifying. But Sunny couldn't help but notice something. It was that she made no attempt to pull back her hand. There was hope. Eventually, the corners of Neff's mouth curled upward. "All right," Sunny blinked. He couldn't quite process that answer just yet. Failing to hide his surprise, he squeezed her hand lightly. Just like that," Nephis smiled and shrugged. "Why not? I am not that experienced in these matters, but we are both adults. We both know what we want, so why not?" Why did she agree? Because she wanted to. Sunny took a deep breath, then let go of her hand and leaned back. His heart was beating wildly, but he forcefully suppressed his excitement. He remained silent for a while, looking away, then said neutrally, "Actually, there are a lot of reasons why not." He glanced at the untouched food, considered his next words carefully, and looked at her again. This time there was no smile on his face. "Lady Nephis, before we go any further, I must admit something. Actually, I am not an honest person. In fact, I am a habitual liar. I am keeping many things from you and might never reveal these secrets. This kind and harmless persona of mine is just a facade I wear because it's convenient. In truth, I am not that harmless. I am not very kind either." She stared at him silently for a few moments, then shrugged. "I know." Sunny's eyes widened a little. "You know." Nephis watched him for a few moments and sighed. "You are a master and a veteran of the Southern Campaign. A person like you can't be harmless, really. There was that duel as well. I figured that you were putting up a front at some point, but I don't mind." She looked at him without a smile and added, her voice revealing a hint of vulnerability, "Actually, I'm not an honest person either. I am keeping many secrets from you as well. This valiant and noble persona of a selfless hero you see is just a facade I wear because it's convenient. I am neither noble nor a hero. Most of all, I am not selfless at all. In truth, I might be the most selfish person in the world." Nephis looked down and added quietly, "So I don't mind as long as you don't." Sunny stared at her in a daze. "But I might never be entirely honest with you. Aren't you wary of a liar?" She looked up at him and smiled. "Do you harbor secret malice toward me?" He silently shook his head. "Do you serve one of my enemies?" Sunny shook his head once again. "Are you planning to betray me?" He frowned. "Not really, not at all." Nephis shrugged. "Then I don't care." However, a moment later her eyes suddenly widened. "Wait, you don't have a wife and children somewhere out there already, do you? If you do, I'm afraid that is one thing I do have to know." Sunny flinched and looked at her in dismay. "What? No, I don't." Nephis visibly relaxed. "That is good, then, as I was saying, I don't care." She hesitated for a moment and then added, "Everyone has secrets. I have my share as well, much more secrets than most people do and more dire ones as well. So I also must admit something before you decide if you want to go any further, Master Sunless." Sunny was still a little dazed. This conversation was not going how he had expected it to go at all. It was all too unexpected. He looked at Nephis, composed himself, and asked calmly, "What's that?" She inhaled deeply. "First of all, it might be premature to speak of this right now, but I feel like I should let you know before anything more meaningful has a chance to happen. I am a very ambitious woman, Master Sunless. My heart is full of ambition, so much so that there's little space for anything or anyone left in it. We might spend a few days together and part ways, or we might end up deciding to enjoy each other's company for much longer. But you will never own my heart, Master Sunless, or even most of my heart. It's only fair to warn you in advance." Sunny had long known about Neff's insane goal, so he didn't react strongly to her words. Instead, he nodded simply. "I figured as much." Nephis studied his face, hesitated for a few moments, and sighed. "That is good. I see. Well then, the second thing, you might not know, but my aspect is closely tied to longing and passion. In fact, one of the reasons I was willing to indulge in this pretense relationship with you at the beginning was that I wanted to understand passion better. Later, I found myself sincerely enjoying your company, so, Well, that is beside the point. What I wanted to say is that I am sensitive to yearning, desire, and passion. I can perceive what other people want and how much they want it. She looked away with a hint of embarrassment on her beautiful face and added evenly, "It's one of the reasons why I am saying yes, because I can feel the nature and sincerity of your desire." Sonny stared at her silently for a long time. His eyes were a little glassy. Then he slowly picked up his wine. "Lady Nephi's that, what kind of desire are we talking about exactly?" She kept looking at the wall as if incredibly interested in the artwork. "All kinds. I can sense it all. Especially if it's aimed at me." The glass cracked slightly in Sonny's hand. His face remained absolutely impassive. "So, earlier when I was staring at her body, she knew exactly." Nephi's turned his way and added with a hint of urgency in her voice, But you don't have to be embarrassed. It's perfectly normal. You are a healthy man after all." Sonny let out a heavy sigh. "Lady Nephi's," she blinked a couple of times. "Yes." His voice was a little somber when he responded, "Please don't speak for a few moments." With that, Sonny brought the cracked glass to his lips and gulped all the remaining wine down in one go. Then, maintaining perfect composure, he reached for the wine bottle with a trembling hand. Nephi's observed his actions helplessly. She sighed, then said in a placid tone, "In short, yes. I will go on a real date with you, Master Sunless. I'll be delighted to." Chapter 1775. Knight Commander. It was already getting dark when Sonny and Nephi's returned to the brilliant Emporium. The rest of the dinner in the upscale restaurant had been uneventful. They had agreed to turn their pretend relationship into a real one, or at least try to. However, neither of them wanted for their first actual date to happen right there, and then, in a place carefully prepared by someone else to create a false impression of how they felt about each other. Sonny wanted to be the one making plans, at least, considering that he was the person who had invited Nephi's on a date. So they enjoyed the food and discussed the play, both failing to hold back an occasional smile. Then Nephi's walked him home. Neither talked much on the way, but the silence wasn't awkward. Instead, it was comfortable and pleasant, full of unspoken potential. Finally, they reached the quiet street where the brilliant Emporium was located. The lake was just beyond the cottage. Sonny and Nephi stopped near the porch. The sun was rolling behind the horizon, washing the world in the fiery blaze of its last rays. All throughout Bastion, shadows crawled from the dark corners, shrouding the city in twilight. Sonny was standing in the shade cast by the walls of the cottage, while Nephi's was in the light, her striking gray eyes reflecting the splendor of the sunset. She smiled faintly. "I will see you soon, then. Thank you for today, Master Sunless." He bowed elegantly and answered with a smile of his own, "I'll be counting the days until our next meeting, Lady Nephi's." She hesitated for a moment, then took a step back. The cascading sunlight shone radiantly behind her, forming into two beautiful white wings. Nephi's was ready to return to her heavenly palace. Before that, however, she lingered, then suddenly took a step forward and stopped right in front of Sonny. Before he could understand what was happening, Nephi's raised her hands, placed them on his shoulders, and pulled him into a tight hug. Sonny's eyes widened. He was so startled by her actions that his mind refused to process what was happening. He just knew that he felt a lot of things: the warmth of her touch, the firmness of her embrace, the softness of her body. A few moments later, Nephi's let him go and drew back. Sonny looked at her dazedly. What was that for? She met his gaze and smiled slightly. "Just something I've been wanting to do." With that, she bent down a little. Her soft lips touched his cheek lightly, which made Sonny's whole body shudder. The spot where she had kissed him seemed to be on fire. No, his entire being was. "Damn it, she can sense exactly what kind of reaction she's having on me, can't she? That's unfair." Nephi's looked him in the eyes for a moment, then chuckled. "And that is just something for you to think about while you are counting days." She backed away, then turned and pushed herself off the ground. Soon, her graceful figure disappeared in the radiance of the setting sun. Sunny belatedly raised a hand and covered his burning cheek. Some time later, a heavy sigh escaped from his lips. She's either very cruel or doesn't understand passion nearly as well as she thinks she does. A cold shower. That was what he needed now. Turning around, Sunny hid a wide smile behind his hand and walked toward the door. That had been really unexpected. No, but when did she become so cool? Humming a simple melody, he entered the brilliant emporium. Sunny was so lost in thought that he didn't notice someone standing there looking at him with wide eyes. He only came to his senses when he heard them speak. Wow! Startled, Sunny finally noticed Aiko, who had been wiping the tables near the street-side windows. Crap! Had she seen it all? The petite girl stared at Sunny for a few moments, then slowly extended a tiny fist and raised her thumb. "Boss, I admire you, boss. Good job, you work so fast." Sunny's expression collapsed. He remained silent for a split second, then said in an even tone, "Aiko, come here. Don't worry, I'll make it quick. It won't hurt at all." Soon, the sounds of something overturning and falling to the floor could be heard inside the brilliant emporium. Nephise landed gracefully on the emerald grass of the ivory island. Her wings disappeared, and with them, the pain tormenting her receded as well. She took a deep breath, raised her head slightly, and headed to the tower. There were fire keepers busy with various errands here and there, and even more of them inside the great pagoda. She answered to their greetings with curt nods, her face the usual inexpressive mask of steady confidence. Just like that, she reached her personal quarters on the highest level of the ivory tower, entered them, and closed the door behind her. A moment later, Nephise let out a shaky breath, leaned on the door, and covered her face with both hands. Her cheeks turned an alarming shade of red all of a sudden. "Ah, what did I do? I'm crazy. I've actually lost my mind." Her voice was full of torment. She was in the middle of having a miniature breakdown when a soft hand patted her reassuringly on the shoulder. Nephise flinched and looked up, finally noticing Cassie, who was standing there with a bright smile on the delicate face. The smile slowly turned into a grin. "Don't be too hard on yourself, Neph. I think you did great." "Oh, gods, Cassie saw it all, didn't she?" Nephise was suddenly mortified. The blind seer remained mercifully quiet for a few moments, then added in a familiar deadpan tone, "And that is just something for you to think about while you are counting days." Ah, what a line! Even I was almost seduced. Poor Master Sunless must have collapsed into a puddle as soon as you left. I didn't know you had it in you. A low groan escaped from Neff's mouth. It's all your fault, you wicked woman. If you hadn't been whispering into my ear, I would have. It wouldn't have happened this way." Cassie squeezed her shoulder one more time and laughed. What are you blaming me for? I think it all went well." Nephise closed her eyes. "Why am I reacting so strongly? There's a damn war approaching. There are more important things to worry about." She had been glad to be distracted from her burdensome responsibilities in the morning. Who knew she would be a little bit too distracted by evening? Ah, I'm in trouble. Unbeknownst to Sunny and Nephise, there were more repercussions to their actions that day. Across the lake from the brilliant emporium in the depths of the castle, the elders of Clan Valor were having a strategic meeting. They too were preparing for war. At some point the door opened, and a short report was placed in front of a regal middle-aged woman. She read it briefly and sighed. An old man with harsh eyes and a gray beard looked at her sternly. "What is it?" The woman pursed her lips. "There is another report on Changing Star and that mongrel person. It appears that the girl is truly taken with him." The rest of the elders all showed a reaction, most of them displaying some sign of displeasure. The stern old man shook his head. "That won't do. She doesn't have to offer herself for a strategic marriage, but spending time frivolously with some nobody. A princess of valor can't be tied to a person with no background. This concerns the prestige of our great clan." The woman raised an eyebrow. What do you suggest we do? Reprimand her, or remove the man from the picture? These are delicate matters. Will you take responsibility? There was a long silence in the chamber, with no one daring to speak. Eventually, the silence was broken by a frustrated sigh. Everyone turned to look at a beautiful young woman with striking vermilion eyes who sat at the head of the table. Morgan looked at the elders with a frown, then shook her head dejectedly and said, "Why are you creating a problem out of nothing? Do you have a lot of time to waste?" She glared at them for a few moments, then leaned back. "I agree, Nephi's can't be seen dating a nobody, so what's the problem? Let's just knight that guy and be done with it. He won't be a nobody if we make him a knight of valor, will he? Hell, we can even put him in charge of some soldiers. There, problem solved." The elders simply stared at her incredulously. Morgan smiled. "I see there are no objections. Let's proceed with this plan, then. Now about the issue with Saint Thane, he'll be arriving soon, and that was how Sonny became an honorary knight commander of the great clan Valor, even if he did not know it yet. Chapter 1776, Working Dead, so tired, Rain was sprawled on her threadbare sleeping bag, staring at the slanted roof of her modest tent. Outside, the noises of the construction camp were churning like a sea, just as loud as they had been throughout the day despite the late hour. Out here, the work did not stop when the darkness fell, for a very particular reason. Rain had finished her long shift as a laborer, so her muscles were sore. Later, she crawled into her tent ready to pass out from fatigue, but instead of resting, she spent several hours arduously circulating her essence in an attempt to form a soul core. That was something she did every night, and although there were no signs of awakening yet, the number of tiny grains she had created was growing steadily. Rain had only stopped after becoming completely exhausted, and now she couldn't fall asleep because of the noise outside. Ah, damnation! I really need to get out of this place. The construction of the Eastern Road was progressing at a startling pace. She had to stay hidden among the road crews for a while, but that did not mean that she had to remain in the main camp. There were other assignments available for those daring enough to take them: scouting parties, advanced camps, subjugation troops, and so on. It was just that the number of slots for these jobs was limited, and young mundane girls were not exactly at the top of the list for tough tasks. Still, she wanted to leave the main construction camp as soon as possible. It was not only cramped and noisy, but also a bit creepy. That was because mundane laborers were not the only ones building the road. In fact, most of the work was being done by the dead. Rain had not heard about anything like that happening in other construction crews, but the Eastern Road was special. Clan Song wanted it built very fast for some reason, and so the Queen had sent her personal servants to assist the builders. The dead were dutiful workers. They never complained, never grew tired. They didn't need water or food. They just continued to build the road silently, without sleep or rest. Their frozen faces were calm and empty, men and women, young and old. Plenty of nightmare creatures were among them as well, their monstrous eyes devoid of the usual frenzy. Every time Rain left her tent early in the morning and saw the silent corpses working diligently in the dim light of dawn, she couldn't help but feel like she was in a strange, cold hell. It was indeed very creepy, but people were very adaptable creatures. She observed the other laborers grow accustomed to the company of the dead with great speed. She could understand them well. After all, the Queen's servants were doing the hard work that the laborers would have had to do themselves otherwise. The dead were also quiet, solemn, and never hurt anyone. All in all, as far as colleagues went, they weren't bad at all. The unique culture of the Song domain played a part in the speed with which the laborers had adapted to their presence as well. Working side by side with the dead could have been terrifying if their origin was mysterious and sinister. But they had been sent by the Queen, and the Queen was revered and beloved by the citizens of her kingdom. So anything that had come from the Queen was seen in a positive light. Anyway, what the hell are you doing? Be quiet. Giving up her attempts to fall asleep, Rain turned her head and hissed at the darkness. The darkness, which had been humming a joyful melody, grew silent. Her teacher was in a strange mood these days. He was way too carefree and cheerful even by his standards. The ancient fiend must have felt at home in the company of creepy corpses. Rain couldn't explain the sudden shift in his behavior any other way. The darkness remained silent for a while, then sighed reproachfully. "You are such a killjoy." Rain stared in the direction of the voice with indignation. "Teacher, your poor student is trying to sleep here. After working a long, arduous shift in the cold and being fed tasteless slop by the camp wardens, can't you go hum somewhere else?" he chuckled. "I can, but I don't want to. That woman is there and she might see me." Rain frowned. That woman. Was he talking about Saint Sation, the overseer of the camp? Teacher seemed to be wary of the queen's daughter, which was a bit strange. Kai Song did not have biological children, but she had raised many orphan girls. Among them, 7 were now saints, each possessing enchanting beauty and startling powers. The queen's daughters were venerated and loved by the people of the Song domain almost as much as their mother was. Rain's teacher did not show any reaction at the mention of the more famous of them, like Beastmaster or Silent Stalker, even joking about having had questionable relationships with them. But the more obscure of the queen's daughters, Song Sation, caused him to behave strangely. Rain sighed. "Why? What did you do? No, let me guess. Did you abandon her at the altar? It was something like that, wasn't it?" Her teacher laughed quietly. "What? No, nothing like that. It's just that when I was a young shadow and she was going around devouring naughty youths, we crossed paths a few times and it seemed like she was able to see me." Rain did not know what to say. Can he at least try to be consistent with his lies? He said on multiple occasions that he's thousands of years old. So how could Saint Sation have been there when that bastard was young? And what is that about devouring youths? I can believe that he has devoured a fair share of children, but Lady Sation. Ridiculous, she sighed. In any case, stop humming and let me sleep. I need to get up early if I want to snatch an assignment at one of the advanced camps. I hear they'll be establishing a new one this week. Her teacher scoffed. Fine, go to sleep then. Oh, and by the way, don't worry, I managed to get a message to your family in Ravenheart. They know that you're safe. Well, that you are alive at least. Rain's eyes widened in the darkness. Really? He sighed. Really? A smile appeared on her lips and a palpable sense of relief spread in her chest. A heavy burden that she had been carrying was suddenly gone. Her poor parents must have been so worried. Really, her teacher cursed quietly. Yes, listen. I am a very honest person. The most honest person in 2 worlds even. When have I ever lied to you? She laughed quietly and turned on her side, finally closing her eyes. Yeah, sure, that statement is full of holes. Not only are you the most brazen liar I have ever met, it's even a question if you are a person. Rain relaxed, feeling sleep finally starting to envelop her mind in a soft embrace. But it's all right, tonight, I'll forgive you, thank you, teacher. Relieved and warmed by the news he had shared, she peacefully fell asleep. Tomorrow, she was going to find a way to leave the main camp. Chapter 1777, Hell on Wheels. In the morning, Rain crawled out of her tent feeling rested and refreshed. The sun had barely shown itself. Rising above the distant horizon in all its pale glory, the world was still shrouded in darkness, but at least one could see where they were going. One of the first things Rain had noticed after coming to Ravenheart was how darker the nights were in the dream realm compared to NQSC. Out there in the waking world, humanity had long defeated and banished darkness from their homes, but here, it was still a tyrannical enemy. Ah, how cold! The main construction camp was already a hive of activity. The dead continued to toil silently in the distance, the sound of their tireless work reaching the small tent settlement like a persistent tide. By now, the road had extended far beyond the defensive palisade, so the whole camp would have to be moved soon. The road crews were nomadic in nature, following the roads they built. The night shift laborers were returning to their tents, while those assigned to the day shift, like her, were waking up. The awakened warriors guarding the camp were out on patrol. Food was being prepared, and oil lanterns were being put out. Everyone was getting ready for a new day of work. Rain yawned, rubbed her eyes, and walked slowly to the communal washroom. Mercifully enough, the female laborers had a separate space to maintain hygiene, and since most of the hired laborers consisted of men, it was not too overcrowded. Still, there were whispers behind her back. Rain's body, after all, was a sight to behold, meaning that it was a bit scary to see, since she had never gotten the chance to visit a healer after slaying the huntsman. The bruises had mostly faded by now, but during her first few days on the road crew, her skin was as black and blue as it was fair and white. The bandages she wore to cover the cut on her side weren't bloody anymore either. The female laborers were more relaxed around her, but still a little wary. Rain washed her face, brushed her teeth, and shivered miserably from the cold for a while. Then, wide awake, she returned to her tent and put her jacket on. The breakfast was just as tasteless as the supper had been, but at least it was prepared from actual ingredients, not synth paste. The volcanic soil around Ravenheart was extremely fertile, so the harvests from the fields were enough to not only feed the entire city, but also supply the other settlements of the Song domain with food. Rain ate in solitude, since no one was brave enough to approach her. The male laborers often threw furtive glances her way, but shyly kept their distance. She did not know what was so frightening about her, really. Maybe it was the sharp and feral aura of an abomination hunter, or the dark circles that were constantly under her eyes because of the lack of sleep. She didn't mind sitting alone in the canteen anyway. At least it gave her the chance to converse secretly with her teacher. Listen, Rain, I know that killing people is generally frowned upon, but if you want to strangle the sorry excuse for a cook they have in charge of the camp kitchen, I won't judge. Rain raised a tin cup, hiding her lips behind it, and answered quietly. Is that something you should be teaching your student teacher? How to murder people? Her shadow remained silent for a while, then asked in a tone of confusion. Yes. What's wrong with a little murder? Rain exhaled slowly. I won't be killing the camp cook, thank you. Finishing her meal, she walked out of the canteen and headed for the crew management wagon. On the way, Rain passed a team of tranquil corpses who were carrying sacks of gravel, once again feeling as if she had somehow ended up in hell. Then, she crossed the finished section of the road and paused for a few moments, looking down. A small smile found its way onto her face. Rain had enlisted as a road crew laborer out of necessity, but after spending some time at the wandering camp, she realized that she liked it here a lot. It was a bit magical to see a beautiful road appear out of nowhere in the dreadful wilderness of the dream realm, like watching order and the human spirit triumph over chaos. The road itself was an engineering marvel as well. Rain's father worked for the government, dealing with the complicated logistics that went into making it function. He rarely brought his work home, and yet she had a better understanding of how wondrous the infrastructure of the world was than most of her peers. Before the dark times, humans often admired the so-called wonders of the world, grand structures that defied imagination. However, Rain was of the opinion that the greatest thing that humanity had built, by far, rarely received any attention. It was the network of roads that used to connect all the cities of the waking world, enveloping it like a planet-sized spider web. The scale of it was almost unfathomable, and that was just the physical scale. The role it played for the infrastructure of the world, the amount of goods and people being transported over those roads every day, was even more unimaginable. Of course, that era was long gone. Most of the waking world had been lost, and most of the roads that the humans had built were destroyed. These days, Only a scattering of reinforced railroads and easily defendable highways remained, connecting the walled cities of humanity together. There were fewer of them being used each year. That was why Rain felt glad to have joined the road construction camp. The road was being built right in front of her eyes, and she found herself deeply excited by the building process. The engineering, the logistics, the problem-solving, all of it was both fascinating and wonderful. The wide cobbled road appearing as a palpable, undeniable result of it all was a joy to behold. Building things spoke to something buried deep in her heart. It was sort of like the soul core that she was creating, one grain of sand at a time. That was why Rain spent all of her free time, which there wasn't a lot of, observing every part of the construction process, from the way laborers were managed to the way the dead lay layers of sand, gravel, and crushed rock in the dug trench before cobblers got to work. It was to the point that she was a little reluctant to leave the main construction camp behind, even if it resembled a wandering hell. However, there was more to building a road than simply constructing it. The other assignments were also part of the process, so she was curious about them, too. Enjoying the solid feel of the paved stones under her boots, Rain crossed the pristine road and entered the northern part of the camp. It was much different from the chaotic settlement where the laborers lived. Here, the tents were much larger and more luxurious, and there were even a few semi-permanent buildings with wooden walls. Everything seemed cleaner and more orderly. That was where Awakened and the managers lived and worked. The crew management office was actually a huge wagon with a two-level wooden building constructed on it. When the camp migrated, it was pulled along the newly constructed section of the road by two enormous echoes, but now that the camp was stationary, the wagon was simply standing there. Rain took a deep breath. Hopefully, I can get a new assignment today. She was quite hopeful. Chapter 1778. Survey Team. A familiar road manager was leaning on the side of the wagon, drinking a cup of coffee and watching the sun rise. Noticing Rain, he spared her a crooked smile. "Ah, it's you again, Ronnie." Rain almost stumbled. Damn, Ronnie is what she was known as on the road crew. Since she was hiding here, using her own name would have been silly. The problem was that Rain had not thought about that right until the moment she was asked to introduce herself. So put on the spot, she had failed to come up with anything and mumbled the first thing that entered her mind, which was why her teacher had mocked her relentlessly for a whole week. "No, really, Ronnie. The best you could do was shift two letters around. I just can't. God's everything I've been through, and I'll die of laughter." Rain had endured the mockery for as long as she could, and then kindly reminded her teacher that he went around calling himself Shadow. So he wasn't in a position to critique her naming sense, was he? That luckily had shut him up. In any case, by now, she was more or less accustomed to responding to Ronnie, which was not to say that she wasn't embarrassed every time she heard it. "Good morning, Chief." The man stared at her for a few moments, then sighed. "Listen, Ronnie, I get it. The pay in the advanced camps is higher. But what's the use of having money if you are dead? It's quite dangerous out there, you know. A young girl like you should just stay here in the main camp. Actually, even the main camp is not a good place. If my daughter wanted to come here from Ravenheart, I would have locked her up." He took a sip of coffee and shook his head. "Why don't you change your mind?" Rain gave him her best smile. "Still, Chief, I hear they are establishing a new camp soon. Please reassign me," he grimaced. "I'm sorry. Actually, all the spots are already filled. It's a tough job, especially now that we are so far away from Ravenheart. We have strict orders to prioritize the strongest and most resilient recruits for these postings." Seeing that her expression fell, the manager hesitated for a few moments, then let out a heavy sigh. Okay, I'll help you out, just don't pout." Rain blinked a couple of times. I'm not pouting," the man laughed. "Sure, right. Anyway, I can't get you a spot in an advanced camp, but if you just want to get out of the main construction crew and make some extra money, There's another assignment coming up." Her eyes glistened. "Really?" He looked around cautiously, then leaned forward a little. "I'm only telling you this because you're a good kid and might be suitable for the task. There's a new survey team being formed. The core of the team are awakened warriors, of course, but they need mundane porters, as well as someone to tend to their daily needs, wash the dishes, patch up tents, stuff like that." The manager paused for a moment, then added quietly, "Since survey teams are small and can move freely, it's not as dangerous as staying at an advanced camp. Usually, I would still recommend strong men for the position, but this team is a bit special. It is actually run by a young lady from a legacy clan, so I thought that having a girl of similar age there would be of help." He looked at Rain and smiled. "Play your cards right, Ronnie, and you might even end up as a retainer of the legacy clan. Legacies can be snobbish, but still, it's a good opportunity for simple folk like us." She hesitated for a moment, then grinned. "Survey team. That's great. Thank you, Chief." Survey teams were just what they sounded like. They were small reconnaissance groups exploring the wilderness to map out the best route for the road to take. Of course, the nature of the job was quite peculiar here in the Dream Realm, where different regions could have entirely different terrain, climate, geology, sky, and even unique laws of physics. More than that, the survey teams were not only meant to study the landscape, but also to scout out the nightmare creatures populating it. If there were especially dangerous abominations ahead, the road would be rerouted to avoid their hunting grounds. Rain's grin wavered a little. The road manager meant well, but he clearly knew close to nothing about the Dream Realm. A survey team seemed like a safer bet to him, but actually, there was probably no assignment more dangerous in the road crew. No wonder they put an actual legacy in charge of it. Still, Rain could take care of herself better than any other mundane person here. Plus, being on a survey team was even better for her than running to an advanced camp. The fewer people were around her, the lesser was the possibility of being discovered. So this opportunity was a godsend. Rain gave the road manager a thumbs up. "I won't forget it. I'll treat you to something nice once my team returns, Chief." The man chuckled. Yeah, just return in one piece, girl. That will be the best gratitude." With that, he pointed her to a certain tent in the northern part of the camp and said wistfully, "Go gather your things and report there by the time the morning shift is supposed to start work. I'll do the paperwork by then." Rain thanked the road manager and turned to leave. As she was walking away, he called out to her, "May the Queen's grace protect you." She halted for a moment. Yeah, thanks. You too." It felt weird to see how readily the settlers accepted Queen Song as not only their ruler, but also a surrogate goddess of sorts. Sure, the sovereigns possessed unimaginable power. Saints were already called demigods at times, and the supremes were far above them in all regards. But still, Kai Song was just a human, just like the rest of them. So was the King of Swords. Watching people treat them with religious zeal made Rain a little uncomfortable. She wasn't really sure why, since most of them were still good people. It was just that there was an inevitable element of surrendering your own judgment when one acted with blind faith. And if you followed someone blindly, who was to say that they would not lead you into a dark place? On the other hand, perhaps it was only logical that the people of the Song domain treated their queen as a deity. Most of them were only alive because of her grace, after all, and would be swallowed by the nightmare spell without her. From the point of view of a mundane person, her vast power would indeed seem godlike. Gathering her pack, Rain asked thoughtfully, "Teacher, can a person become a god?" Her shadow moved slightly. "That's an unexpected question." He lingered for a few moments, then said neutrally, "Sure, it's possible." Rain continued to gather her things, thinking that his answer was over. But then her teacher added suddenly, "Not only is it possible, it is also necessary." Rain stopped what she was doing and looked at her shadow in surprise. "What's that supposed to mean?" He remained silent for a while, then laughed. "It means just that. Why do you feel insecure? All right, all right. I won't insist that you become a goddess just yet. But honestly, for a student of mine to aim any lower is a bit shameful. She stared at the shadow for a while, then scoffed and turned back to her pack. Why did I even ask? Rain was pretty sure that becoming a deity was not in the cards for her. However, with such a teacher, she definitely had a chance of developing divine patience. Chapter 1779. Leaving the main camp, Rain was used to spending time in the wilderness, so it did not take her a long time to pack her things and take down the tent. Her bow was unstrung and attached to the pack, and so were her quiver and sword usually. She would have kept the weapons on the ready, but since there would be a cohort of awakened leading the survey team, it was better to keep a low profile. There weren't a lot of mundane people who habitually hunted nightmare creatures, and since Rain was supposed to be hiding, she didn't want to attract undue attention. Saying goodbye to the few acquaintances she had made in the main camp, she hurried to the tent the road manager had mentioned. Rain felt both relieved and a little wistful, knowing that she might never see this place again. As she was nearing the large tent, there was the sound of several voices. Her teacher suddenly mumbled something from the shadows. "No, it can't be, can it? Curses, it is. Damn, I knew this would happen." He sounded alarmed. She slowed down and stared at her shadow in confusion. "Teacher, is something the matter?" He remained silent for a few moments, then said in a grave tone, "Rain, I need you to listen to me very carefully." She tensed, overcome by sudden fear. Her teacher, meanwhile, continued somberly, "There is a guy named Ray in that tent. Keep away from him at all costs. Don't talk to him, don't listen to him, better yet, don't even look at him. Treat him like he has the plague. Do you understand? Not if you understand." Rain stared at her shadow in bewilderment. "Why, is he some kind of terrible fiend? Is he very dangerous?" Her shadow stirred. "Yes, very, very dangerous, and he is something way worse than a terrible fiend." His voice shook with some dark, chilling emotion. "He's a male teenager, so keep your distance, all right." "Nod if you understand." Rain blinked a couple of times. Huh, her teacher hissed. "What are you spacing out for? I said to nod if you understood. Why aren't you nodding?" She took a deep breath, holding back many unflattering words. "What on earth, teacher? You scared the hell out of me." He scoffed derisively. "You should be scared. A guy like that is a deadly threat for sheltered young ladies." Rain remained silent for a while, then looked down at herself. Rugged leather clothes, a body covered by bruises, dirty bandages hiding a barely healed cut on her side, calloused hands. Where were these sheltered young ladies her teacher was talking about? Shaking her head, she exhaled slowly and resumed walking. "Got it, I'll keep that in mind." "Crazy bastard." Her shadow followed. "Hey, I didn't see you nod." Ignoring him, Rain approached the tent, knocked on the door post, and entered. The spacious tent was a completely different beast from her own. The tent Rain used was meant for one person to sleep in, while this one was basically a small building. There were several compartments, field furniture, and one could stand inside without bending their back. At the moment, there were about a dozen mundane humans gathered near the entrance. All laborers like her, most of them were men, but there were a couple tough-looking women as well. In the open space in front of them, 4 people were having a quiet conversation. Rain didn't need to look twice to know that they were awakened. One was a delicate young woman with fair skin and red hair, wearing a beautiful silk robe. One was a young man in leather armor who was leaning on a table with a sullen expression. The third one was clearly the legacy. She was a young woman with tan skin and strange ashen hair, wearing an intricate suit of full-plate armor forged from lustrous steel. Her expression was serious, and her gaze was sharp. Of course, all 3 were undeniably gorgeous, like all awakened were. It was the 4th person that drew all attention, though. Rain held her breath. There in front of her, a stunningly beautiful woman in modest red garments was addressing the young legacy, a master, And not just any master, but one of the Blood Sisters, an elite group of Ascended who served Saint Satian, and had come from the Forgotten Shore with her. She was saying in a husky tone, "Time is of the essence, Lady Tamar. However, you must be careful. Do not get too close to the hand, and whatever you do, do not cross the realm boundary. You should know the consequences. Be well, and I hope to see you again in 2 weeks." The legacy nodded. "With the maps you provided, there should not be any problem. Please relay my gratitude to the saint." The beautiful master bowed slightly and left, not sparing the mundane humans even a glance. There were a few moments of silence, and then the legacy turned to them. Her expression seemed dark. Gods, she was a baby. All 3 of them were. None of the 3 awakened was older than 18. Rain wasn't that far in terms of age, but she felt old and wizened when looking at them. The legacy frowned, then said coldly, "I am Tamar of Sorrow. These are my companions, awakened Ray and awakened Fleur. You should have been told about the nature of the task. Our goal is to conduct the final survey of the environment for the last stretch of the Eastern Road. We will depart in 2 hours. Rain studied Lady Tamar with curiosity. She didn't seem especially mean, but definitely had a severe personality. Although, considering her age, she must have just awakened recently. This survey was most likely the first mission she had received as an awakened, so the young legacy was definitely under tremendous pressure to perform well. Perhaps that was the reason for her harshness. Great. Well, it didn't matter too much. Rain was not planning on following the road manager's advice to gain the girl's friendship and affection during the journey. She did not need another benefactor. In fact, dealing with the one she had was already testing the limits of her patience. It was far more likely that she would barely exchange a few words with the proud legacy in the next few weeks. Awakened Tamar, meanwhile, briefly addressed each of the mundane laborers to learn their names and evaluate their character. She reached Rain last and stopped in front of her. "Name," Rain answered respectfully without looking the legacy in the eyes. "Ronnie." At that, Tamar was supposed to move on. However, she lingered for a moment and looked at Rain's pack. Then she asked unexpectedly, "How good are you with that bow?" Rain finally looked directly at the leader of the survey team and smiled faintly. "I'm decent." The legacy frowned. "What about that sword?" For a moment, Rain had a ridiculous thought of saying something outrageous, like that she was probably a better swordsman than the 3 of the young awakened combined. For some unknown reason, she wanted to brag when stared down by the beautiful legacy girl. Instead, she said simply, "I can handle it fine." Finally, Tamar studied her clothes. "Do you have experience trekking in the wilderness?" Rain nodded. "Some." The awakened girl sighed, then finally looked away. "Good. I was wondering why they sent someone that young, but it seems that you are not completely helpless. Ronnie, don't slow us down." Rain suddenly wanted to laugh. How could that baby-faced awakened call someone too young with a straight face? Legacy training was something else indeed. Of course, she didn't laugh. Instead, she bowed slightly. "Ah, yes, Lady Tamar, I'll do my best." 2 hours later, they departed the main camp and set out into the wilderness. Chapter 17, 80 Moonriver Plain. The Eastern Road had been built incredibly fast. By now, it reached far from Ravenheart, entering a new region of the Dream Realm. The mountains were out of sight, and there was no ash falling from the sky. There was no human presence. Either the barren wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see, with rolling hills and deep canyons breaking the landscape here and there. Sometimes, without any warning, the deep canyons would suddenly let out a low, weeping roar. Then they would overflow with rushing water and turn into countless rivers. Those rivers eventually merged far to the south, forming the Great Waterfall. Since the cliffs of the waterfall resembled a beautiful face from a certain angle, especially under moonlight, it was also often called the Weeping Goddess. That was where the citadel of Clan Sorrow stood. Clan Sorrow was an old one, and held a special position in the Song domain. That was because the lake below the waterfall, known as the Lake of Tears, gave birth to a great river, which was similarly called the River of Tears. That river flowed through several regions of the Dream Realm, serving as a waterway for the Song domain, while its estuary was on the dusky shores of the Storm Sea. Its significance had always been great, but now that isolated citadels were turning into thriving cities, the importance of the River of Tears as the connective tissue of the Song domain was impossible to underestimate. The citadel of Clan Sorrow was perched on the cliffs of the great waterfall, while the city it now governed was below it, on the shores of the Lake of Tears. It was now an important logistical hub. Well, at least that was what Rain had heard. She had never been there herself, of course. In any case, the great waterfall and the homestead of young Lady Tamar were far to the south. What concerned Rain now were the deep canyons they had to cross. The area they were traversing was an inhospitable place. The soil was rocky and the sun was small and distant. There was little snow, but the air was frigid and cold. There were ancient ruins here and there, rising from the ground like forlorn obelisks to the meaninglessness of life. All in all, it was a bleak land. It transformed at night, though, because there were 3 beautiful moons illuminating the starlit sky. That was the first time Rain had seen such an alien sight, so she was both awed and impressed. There was little time to enjoy the view, though, because the Moonriver plain was quite dangerous. This far from Ravenheart, the wilderness was not thoroughly tamed. There were plenty of nightmare creatures stalking the deep canyons and nesting in the old ruins. The terrain itself was treacherous as well, because one had to be careful not to plummet into the cavernous fissures or be swept away by the sudden appearance of the rushing rivers. There had been stone bridges built over the canyons once, but most of them long collapsed. The road crew would have to build new ones to lay down the road, which was why the construction had slowed down as of late. Still, there was nothing but death zones east of the Moonriver plain, so it wasn't hard to guess that the road crew would finish its work soon. Rain was still unclear on why Queen Song wanted to build a road to a dead end, but she was not in a position to ask questions. In short, the survey team was struggling to make progress. It consisted of a dozen mundane porters, several survey specialists, 3 awakened, 1 ascended echo, and 1 dead pilgrim. Rain's job was to help push the carts with survey equipment during the day and do camp chores at night. It could have been exhausting, but the constant need to cross the canyons gave her plenty of time to rest. In fact, Rain might have been the most comfortable of the survey team members. Everyone else was constantly suffering. Their boots were wet, their feet were blistered, they were either too cold or too hot. Their bodies were tired from the strain of climbing over the canyons. But to her, it was like a relaxed walk. A vacation. Really doing construction work at the main camp had been much more exhausting. Her clothes and equipment were perfectly suited for the journey due to her rich experience of hunting abominations in the wild. She was relaxed and comfortable, enjoying the forgiving pace and light responsibilities of a mundane porter. There was no need to fight any nightmare creatures, even. The few times the survey team was attacked, the 3 young awakened had dealt with the danger confidently. Despite the small size of their cohort, they were well matched to face the dangers of the Dream Realm. The guy her teacher had warned her about, Ray, could hide his presence and even turn invisible. That alone allowed them to deal with most abominations safely. Young Lady Tamar, meanwhile, possessed a powerful combat aspect and served as the bulwark of the small cohort. Her memories were also of a higher quality than most awakened would have access to, which helped her excel in her role as a melee specialist. The delicate girl, Fleur, was even a healer. Her dormant aspect ability could alleviate fatigue, while her awakened ability could stem bleeding and speed up the healing process. And when the 3 faced something out of their league, The ascended echo was there to level the playing field. The echo looked like a giant, monstrous wolf, and was a gift Tamar had received from her clan. Rain wasn't sure about the class of the creature, but it seemed ferocious enough to deal with most threats they had faced so far. So, Rain could just relax and enjoy her role as a helpless, mundane girl. Of course, she continued to work on her soul core at night. By now, controlling her essence had become quite familiar to her. She was also constantly practicing to make her control more fine and precise. Turning the flow of essence into a raging whirlpool was still hard and exhausting, both physically and mentally, but she wasn't as drained after each meditation as she had been before. She could also feel her body slowly growing stronger, as if benefiting from the constant flow of essence. It was a tiny difference, but a rewarding one, since it indicated that she was making progress. If there was one thing Rain felt worried about, it was her teacher. Although he didn't really show it, she could tell that he was tense for some reason. He hid deeply in her shadow and didn't talk much, especially when the dead pilgrim was close by, but more than that, when he did speak, he tried to hurry her more insistently than ever before. It was as though her awakening was suddenly an urgent matter. "I'm already trying as hard as I can," feeling sullen. Rain pushed one of the carts across the barren wasteland. The day was coming to an end, so they would stop soon. And just as she thought about it, awakened Fleur commanded the survey team to stop. She looked ahead, where another canyon barred their way, and sighed. "We will camp here tonight." Chapter 17, 81, Don't Shoot the Messenger. There were food rations in one of the carts, but Lady Tamar had also slain an awakened monster in the morning. There had been enough time for Rain to harvest a slab of meat before the survey team continued on its journey, so now she was ready to cook a delicious supper. Although the team wasn't big, there was a clear separation between people. The awakened mostly kept to themselves, the survey specialists did the same, and the porters generally stuck together. Right now they were gathered around a fire watching Rain roast meat with gleaming eyes. Wait, everyone, it will be done soon. We're having a feast tonight." She grinned and turned the juicy strips of meat, making the melted fat sizzle. A delicious aroma permeated the air. One of the laborers laughed. "Ronnie, kid, if I was 30 years younger, I would have married you right here and now, no questions asked." One of the tough women from the road crew gave him a disdainful look. "Old goat, what makes you think that you would have been worthy of marrying our Ronnie? Dream on." She put her hand around Rain's shoulder protectively. "On that note, though, I know for a fact that you have a bottle of arak hidden in your pack. Come on, bring it out." The mood was light and warm. Rain was the youngest of the laborers, so they treated her with a bit of affection. The women especially tried to take care of her like concerned aunts, so feeding them today was her way of returning the favor. While the man went to take out the bottle of moonshine from his pack, the woman let go of Rain and looked at the sizzling meat hungrily. Then she said in a tone of confusion, "I must say, though, that's a peculiar pan you have there, Ronnie." Rain grinned. "Yeah, you think so, Auntie?" Well, it was true. After all, she was using the blade of the huntsman's axe as a makeshift pan. The thing was too heavy to use in battle and too precious to discard. However, it was just large enough to place over a fire. The green metal was slow to heat up but cooked meat beautifully, so she used it often to prepare her meals. Rain clicked her tongue. It used to be a demon's weapon, a handy thing to have, doesn't rust, easy to wash, and I can split firewood with it at the same time. I was so lucky to pick it up." The laborers laughed. By the time the first portion of the meat was ready, even the survey specialists were looking at them with envy. Rain passed the strips of meat around and placed the second portion on the green axe. There was food, a bit of alcohol, and a warm fire. The 3 moons shone beautifully in the night sky, and the mundane humans huddled together in the circle of light, trying to distract themselves from the fear of the wilderness with conversation. "Hey, Pill. You only arrived from Ravenheart 2 days before we departed the main camp, didn't you? What did you do before?" A bearded man with harsh eyes scratched the back of his head. Before. Ah, well, I was an air filtration tech back in Antarctica. No need to filter air in the dream realm, though, so I just worked construction here and there for the last few years. He hesitated for a moment, then added with a sheepish smile. My wife and I wanted to save some coin, then move south and open a shop in one of the smaller cities before they really developed. How great would it be to have a store in a central location? But it's not easy to save. That's why I signed up for the road crew. The pay here is too sweet to pass up. The others laughed. I used to be a civil engineer in Antarctica. I ran a small luxury PTV factory. Rich bastards, I was a floor cleaner in an underground facility in the outskirts of NQSC. What about you, Ronnie? Rain opened her eyes wide and fluttered her eyelashes. Me. Oh, I went to school. The laborers stared at her for a few moments, then laughed again. Gods, she's a baby. How did such a precious girl end up on a road crew? What do you mean? Our Ronnie is tough as nails, tougher than the bunch of us at least. When the laughter died down, the woman who had hugged her before looked at the newcomer, Pill, and asked with curiosity, "What's the latest news in Ravenheart, by the way?" There were no communicators in the dream realm, so the common folk had no way of receiving information quickly. There was little entertainment as well, and everyone suffered from boredom. Having arrived from the capital of the Song domain recently, Pill was understandably the center of attention. However, he did not seem very excited despite the situation. Sighing heavily, the bearded man shook his head. Things aren't very good right now. I don't even know what to say. It's like everyone has gone crazy." The laborers looked at him in confusion. Why? What happened? Rain listened with interest as well. Pill hesitated for a few moments. "You must have heard that some psycho tried to kill Lady Changing Star, right? That was already terrible enough, but now you won't believe it. Those scumbags from the Sword domain are trying to insinuate that it was the Queen who ordered it." There was suddenly silence. The laborers stared at the bearded man, their expressions a mixture of confusion, disbelief, and outrage. No way, what are they, lunatics? Why would Her Majesty want to kill Lady Changing Star? What the hell is going on in the Sword domain? You can't be serious, right? Pill let out another sigh. Yeah, I get it. It's ridiculous. Actually, everyone in Ravenheart is angry about that. He paused for a few moments, then pursed his lips. But it's true. They actually had the gall to demand that Saint Silent Stalker and Master Dar of the Maharana clan were handed to them for interrogation. Chapter 17, 82, Heirs of War. Even Rain was stunned to hear that. It was news to her that someone had tried to kill Lady Nephi's. Was there really such an idiot in the world? That woman had survived the Forgotten Shore, conquered the second nightmare as a sleeper, transcended during the chain of nightmares, fought against great abominations side by side with the King of Swords, and triumphed in countless terrible battles as a saint. There were literally only two people in two worlds who were harder to kill than her. But the fact that Clan Valor was trying to openly accuse Clan Song of the assassination attempt was even crazier. Not only that, but they were asking the Queen to surrender one of her daughters and a master from a vassal clan. There was no way that she would agree. What were the rulers of the Sword domain thinking? The whole situation seemed incongruous. Rain had a feeling that she was dreaming, since reality simply couldn't be like that. It was just too irrational. Then, a spark of anger ignited in her heart. Just which bastard tried to harm Lady Nephi's? And who do these Valor people think they are, accusing the Song domain of something that terrible? However, that spark of anger was quickly extinguished. She knew how rumors and propaganda worked, so she wouldn't allow her feelings to be manipulated that easily without knowing all the facts. There was an unpleasant residue left in its wake, though. Rain was quite fond of Ravenheart and the people she knew there. Even though she was a little distant from most because of her government family and the secret she was keeping, They were still her friends and neighbors. She felt like a part of a wonderful community. It didn't feel nice to see that community being falsely accused of something appalling and dirty. The rest of the laborers were even less composed. Their gazes grew darker. Those Valor bastards have lost their minds. How dare they try to take Lady Silent Stalker? They've been trying to suppress our song domain from the very start. Do they think that we'll just roll over? Gods, I never took those rumors seriously, but what if they had really been taken over by the Skinwalker? Maybe Changing Star staged the whole thing herself. No way, Lady Nephi's would never participate in such a vile scheme. But what if Skinwalker took her too? Silence. That last shout did not come from the laborers. Turning slightly, Rain saw young Lady Tamar standing a few meters away, looking at them with a grim expression. Her eyes were so dark that it was a little scary. The healer, Fleur, was standing behind her, trying to pull her away. Tamar, calm down, they didn't mean it. But the legacy simply ignored her attempts to discharge the situation and took a step forward. Coming closer to their fire, Tamar studied them with a heavy look. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the empty bottle of alcohol, and then she shook her head. "Do you think that you can just run your mouths freely?" Her tone was harsh. "You are people of the song domain. Everything you say reflects on the dignity of the Queen. Is it fun to slander people who selflessly fight for the safety and prosperity of humanity? Who gave you the right to throw baseless accusations?" Pill, who had caused the entire outburst, coughed awkwardly. We are sorry, my lady. But the sword domain, they really went too far. It's not just us who feel that way. Everyone in Ravenheart is, well, people are offended. Tamar stared at him silently for a moment, then scowled. You can have an opinion about clan valor. However, Lady Changing Star would have never done something like that. She is not a vessel of Skinwalker either. So don't go around saying dirty things about her. Understand? The laborers seemed to shrink under her scathing gaze. Why, yes, my lady, we were wrong. Fleur finally managed to drag Tamar away, and they relaxed a little. After a bit of silence, one of them said, "Still, Lady Changing Star is indeed righteous and honorable, but hell, she might very well be the only decent person in the sword domain. Yeah, those people. Damn, are they even people? I bet they were the ones who tried to kill her to begin with." How terrible. Rain frowned and concentrating on roasting the meat. Sometime later, she crawled into her tent and lay silently in the darkness for a while, mustering mental strength to continue forming the soul core. After a while, she asked quietly, "Teacher, do you think Lady Nephi's is all right?" A subdued chuckle came from the darkness. "Is she all right, you bet? Why, I just saw her recently. We went for a picnic, watched a play, and shared tender moments at sunset." Rain scoffed. She had no energy to react to his nonsense, though. Eventually, she said, "I don't like where this is going. It has always been a bit strange how eagerly people villainize the sword domain. But how can I put it? Now it doesn't seem like simple talk. It's like they all forget that both domains are made of people, not just one." Her teacher remained silent for a while. Rain thought that he wasn't going to answer, but then the darkness asked suddenly, "Where do you think this road is going?" She was confused. "Huh, east," he sighed. "And what is east of here?" Rain frowned. Nothing. There was nothing east of here, only the death zones. But beyond them, her eyes widened a little. "The sword domain," her teacher spoke in a light tone, his voice barely audible in the small tent. "That's right. You've been admiring the road construction, haven't you? Going on and on about roads, infrastructure, civilization, and so on. I agree, actually, it's kind of neat. The funny thing is, the technology clan song is using to build roads is based on how people in the waking world used to do it a long time ago, before the dark times." Rain raised an eyebrow. "Really? I didn't know." Well, it made sense. A lot of modern technology did not work in the dream realm. So the actual ways things were built here was a strange mixture of adapted modern engineering, awakened powers, and dated methods from the ancient times. It was a bit like reverse spell tech. Her teacher sighed. "Yeah, There was an empire once that excelled in building roads, but Rain, the main reason they built such excellent roads was not for trade, transportation of goods, or development of civilization. His voice grew a little wistful. They built them to speed up the deployment of troops, because soldiers could march faster on paved roads than they would on dirt roads or across wilderness. The main engine of progress, technology, and craft has always been war. Rain lay in the darkness, suddenly feeling cold. Are you trying to say that there will be a war between song and valor? Her teacher lingered with an answer. However, in the end, she heard exactly what she was afraid to hear. The war between song and valor has already begun, back in Antarctica during the Chain of Nightmares. It's just that now it is going to start in earnest. That is why Kai's song is in such a hurry to finish the Eastern Road. He chuckled. Why, it's quite fitting if you think about it. We come from the realm of war, after all. So now that we are leaving that realm behind, the first thing we do in a new world is wage a war, to see who is fit to sit on its throne. Rain did not answer, stunned by what he had said. The revelation was too vast and too dire to comprehend. A storm of fragmented thoughts raged in her mind, but none came to its surface. Then the darkness spoke in a soft voice. What are you doing? Come on, start circulating your essence. The sooner you start, the sooner you'll be able to get some rest, and you really need to rest. Rain flinched, then turned on her back and stared at the roof of the tent. Is that why you've been hurrying me? So that I awaken before the war starts? Her teacher answered quietly. Yes, you have to awaken soon. Otherwise, it will be hard for me to protect you. He remained silent for a few moments and then added smugly, but if you don't, that's not a problem either. Your teacher is awesome enough to protect you anyway. Hard is hard, not impossible. Rain knew that he had a habit of inventing outrageous lies, so taking his claims seriously was probably unwise. And yet, for some reason, his boastful words calmed her, dousing the anxious flames that burned in her heart. Letting out a sigh, she closed her eyes and concentrated on controlling essence. Chapter 1783. Peaceful days. The survey team moved east at a steady pace. Of course, they weren't going in a straight line. Instead, they explored the Moonriver plain, making frequent stops to let the specialists ascertain the terrain and compare the landscape with the rough map provided by the Song clan. The specialists took some time to unload their equipment from the carts, leaving the heavy lifting to the porters. The awakened stood guard and summoned several specially provided memories to divine a few details that mundane equipment wasn't able to pick up. The team left colorful flags in its wake, which would serve as a guideline for the road crew later. At times, the entire group made camp to let awakened Ray scout out those areas that could pose special danger, like the ruins of ancient cities. His aspect was uniquely suited for this kind of task, although the young man was not especially lethal in direct combat. His abilities allowed the survey team to only consist of 3 awakened instead of a dozen or more. Awakened Fleur was similarly indispensable. Her aspect was responsible for the startling speed with which the team was covering distance. Not only could she help everyone recover their stamina, but the scrapes and wounds received in the rare skirmishes with the nightmare creatures were quickly healed. If anything, it was Tamar of Sorrow that seemed to bring the least to the table. However, that was merely an illusion because it was the young legacy who took point when things did not go according to plan. Ray's aspect was mostly useful for avoiding trouble, while Fleur could resolve the dire consequences. However, it was the unexpected and the inevitable that was not only the most common, but also the deadliest threat in the dream realm. Whenever the survey team faced unexpected danger, it was Tamar's sword that dealt with it. But all in all, there weren't that many unfortunate accidents. Rain had expected that she would have to string her bow sooner or later, but it stayed safely attached to her pack at least for now. she continued to work on forming her soul core in peace. In fact, strangely enough, her life as Ronnie was much more peaceful than her life as Rain. It was not only because she didn't have to hunt nightmare creatures anymore, but also because of the circumstances. The wilderness was vast and tranquil, much different from the bustling liveliness of Ravenheart and the overcrowded sterility of NQSC. There was no ever-present noise, no familiar anxiety, no light pollution to dull the beautiful stars. The weather was harsh, but not nearly as oppressive as the murderous cold and searing heat of the Ashen Mountains. Rain was enjoying herself. She quite liked walking across the desolate plain and feeling the cool wind play with her hair, watching the three moons travel across the velvet sky at night, and not having to worry about anything except for performing her work well and controlling the flow of essence. The company wasn't bad either. She was on friendly terms with most of the porters, who were all warm and nice people: the tough and prickly Elga, the somber and taciturn Pill, the former PTV magnate, Old Goat Carol. The standoffish survey specialists lost most of their aloof attitude after a few days, and often joined them around the fire in the evening. Even the three awakened became easier to talk to after everyone had grown a bit familiar with each other. Despite the grim danger of exploring the wilderness, the mood of the survey team was strangely peaceful. Sometimes, Rain felt like she was observing their small group from the side. In those moments, she was suddenly struck by the eerie dissonance between the peacefulness of their days and the dark shadow of the approaching war. She wondered who else knew that humanity would soon be embroiled in a mad, fratricidal conflict. The porters were completely oblivious to the darkness of the future. The survey specialists did not seem to know, either. Tamar of Sorrow must have had some idea, though. As a legacy, she would be aware of the growing tension between the two domains, especially so because her clan oversaw the source of the Tear River. Clan Song must have been shifting resources closer to the future frontline for a while now, and much of that cargo had to have been transported over water. It was unclear if she had shared her worries with Ray and Fleur, but the three seemed to be quite close. So they must have known something, and Rain knew most of all, thanks to her teacher. What am I going to do? She could not quite conceive the scale of the calamity, as well as the toll that the war would take on humans, everywhere. Humanity was too big, but more than that, Rain was even struggling to imagine what would happen to her personally. Logically, she was one of the few people in the dream realm who did not need to worry about the conflict between song and valor. Too much she was from a government family, after all, and the government had always maintained its neutrality. Even if Ravenheart was besieged and occupied by the Knights of Valor, her family's situation would most likely remain the same. But then again, if the two sovereigns clashed and one of them won, would there even be a government after that? If the war escalated, would anyone be able to afford remaining neutral? Would the newly established cities in the dream realm stay safe from the constant threat of nightmare creatures, while most awakened were busy fighting each other? All these questions gnawed at her at night when she was alone in her tent. Well, Rain was never truly alone, and her teacher did not seem concerned with the war at all. Of course he wouldn't be. The sinister shadow must have lived through thousands of wars, maybe even caused a good chunk of them personally. One night Rain couldn't keep quiet anymore and asked in a whisper, "Teacher, aren't you worried about the war at all?" He remained silent for longer than usual. Eventually she heard him sigh. "Worried? Ah. Not really. Life is war, you know. When you live long enough, you get used to such things." Rain frowned in the darkness. "But you are so powerful, you destroyed the vessels of the Skinwalker easily. Don't you feel even a little bit responsible? Aren't you going to do something?" The darkness chuckled. "Responsible? Well, I guess I do feel a little bit responsible. And who says that I'm not going to do something?" Rain held her breath for a few moments. "Teacher, what are you going to do?" He let out a contemplative sigh and then laughed quietly. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll kill both sovereigns and put someone dependable in charge of humanity, or go bird hunting or make waffles, something like that. She stared into the darkness for a while, then scoffed. Well, good luck. I must say, though, for someone who hides from everyone in a young girl's shadow, teacher, you sure talk a big game, the darkness responded with appalled silence. After a while he hissed, Go to sleep, you ingrate. And for your information, I'm not hiding in your shadow. I'm just taking temporary residence here, for convenience. Rain smiled and closed her eyes, hoping to fall asleep quickly. The next day they reached the boundary of the survey area. Chapter 1784, Stairway to Heaven. As they ventured further east, the Moonriver plain started to change. There were fewer and fewer canyons in their way, and the air grew a little warmer. At night, the three beautiful moons seemed more distant. The wind carried with it swirling black flakes. Rain did not need to touch them to know what they were. Ash. It was as if they had returned to Ravenheart, but also different. Back in the stronghold of Clan Song, the ash fell from the frigid sky because of the raging volcanoes. But here, it was somehow different, making Rain feel uncomfortable. Eventually, the members of the survey team stopped. No one had given the command, but they simply froze in place, looking at the horizon in stunned silence. Wow! Out there in front of them, far away, it seemed as if a snowy mountain chain was rising from the ashen haze. But as Rain studied the towering mountains closer, she couldn't help but feel a sense of incongruity, because the shape was wrong. Then something clicked in her mind, and she opened her mouth in shock or horror, or awe. The mountains weren't mountains at all. Instead, they were bones. An inconceivably large skeleton lay on the ground in the distance, too large to be seen whole. What Rain had thought to be the slopes of a mountain chain were several titanic ribs, each rising into the sky like ivory pillars that supported its weight. The skull of the unfathomable corpse was mercifully out of view. The closest group of bone mountains, however, extended far into the Moonriver plain. It was also shaped strangely, consisting of 5 lower peaks. Beyond them, a wide ridge rose gradually to a great height, like an eerie stairway to heaven. The 5 mountains were the phalanxes of the colossal skeleton's fingers, and the rising ridge were the bones of its arm. One of the porters whispered quietly, "Gee gods!" Rain remained silent, but she felt like uttering something like that herself. There were simply no words to describe her emotions. Awakened Ray glanced at them and smiled faintly. Gods. A god, maybe. That is Godgrave ahead of us. The porters, who weren't very well acquainted with the topography of the dream realm, looked at him in confusion. He sighed. Godgrave is a death zone that serves as the northeastern boundary of the Song domain. It is a region of the dream realm where great, cursed, and maybe even unholy abominations dwell. As for why it is called that, I think you can see for yourself. Nobody really knows what that terrible skeleton is, but it's easy to imagine that these are the remains of a god. Therefore, Godgrave. The porters shivered. "Awaken Ray, sir, are we going there?" Ray smiled, but it was Tamer, the leader of the survey team, who answered, "Number, of course not. A death zone is not a place for humans. Even if we aren't devoured by some abominable horror, the land itself will kill us. Or the sky. More importantly than that," she glanced at the porters and the survey specialists, "this is where the Song domain ends. Queen Song's authority does not reach Godgrave, so you can't go there. As soon as you do, your souls won't be protected by the Queen's grace anymore, and you'll be summoned into the first nightmare," she sighed. "In short, our mission is complete. We will camp here and turn back tomorrow. Returning to the main camp should not take us nearly as long as it took to come here, since we'll be going in a straight line. The marching will be more intense, so prepare yourselves." With that, she turned her back to the incredible sight of the colossal bones, as if not at all impressed by it. Rain suppressed the desire to scoff. "That's a legacy for you." Would it kill Tamer to act like a normal girl? No one could remain calm when witnessing something that unimaginable. Why did she feel the need to put on airs? Lady Tamar wasn't exactly unpleasant, but she was definitely more than a little stuck up. Rain, who was used to rolling in the dirt, couldn't help but be entertained by how laboriously the younger girl tried to maintain an austere facade. She often felt a compulsion to mock the legacy heiress mercilessly. Well, or at least tease her a bit. Of course, she never did. Rain wasn't stupid enough to mock a legacy. Only a complete idiot would do something like that. Even the best outcome would be receiving a challenge to a duel. The survey team made camp. Since it was the last day of their official duties, they made a larger fire than usual and roasted all their remaining monster meat. Even the three awakened joined the rest of the team members, leaving the Echo to guard the camp. Of course, the pilgrim did not join them either. The dead man remained standing at the edge of the camp, emotionless and unfeeling, staring into the darkness with his glassy eyes. It was a bit creepy to be in his presence, but the members of the survey team had long learned to ignore the dead man. This time, it was awakened Fleur who cooked for everyone. Her easy smile and friendly demeanor put everyone at ease, so the conversation flowed freely. "Oh, Lady Tamar, if you don't mind me asking," Carol, the old goat, was uncharacteristically shy in front of the young legacy. He mumbled something quietly and asked in a cautious tone, "I couldn't help but notice that you weren't very impressed by that huge skeleton. Have you seen Godgrave before?" Tamar glanced at him coldly, lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. "I did see it before. Actually, all three of us are familiar with Godgrave. That is where the spell sent us on the winter solstice." The eyes of the porters widened. Even Rain was stunned. What the hell? It sent these kids to a death zone. How were they alive? At the same time as she felt surprised, she was also feeling a little guilty. As it turned out, Tamar had not been acting haughty. She was just familiar with the titanic skeleton. More than that, whatever had happened to them there must have been quite traumatic. So she was probably hiding her unease under the facade of indifference. Talk about being prejudiced. Rain sighed, ashamed of herself. The porters, meanwhile, were staring at the three awakened in awe. Eventually, old Carol asked, "On the winter solstice, I would have thought that Lady Tamar would use the dream gate. It used to be that every sleeper was sent to the dream realm on the winter solstice, where they had to find a gateway, anchor themselves to it, and thus awaken. These days, however, the situation had changed. It was possible to pass through a dream gate before the solstice and anchor oneself in advance. That way, there was no risk of being sent to some unforgiving land, away from human citadels." Tamar's gaze darkened, prompting Fleur to laugh nervously. "Oh, we completed our first nightmare in late autumn, so there was not a lot of time before the solstice. There is a lot of paperwork involved in getting access to the Dream Gate, as you know. We just went to the academy and tried to prepare ourselves instead." She glanced at Tamar and smiled. "Well, Ray and I did. Tamar's father is a saint, so he could have brought her to the Lake of Tears personally without the need of using the Dream Gate. Still, we met at the academy." The porters looked at the young legacy with confusion. After a bit of awkward silence, one of them asked, "That lady's father must have been terribly busy." She furrowed her brow. "He wasn't." Then Tamar blinked. "I mean, he is, but that is not why." Actually, Rain knew what she meant. There might have been a safer way to awaken for most sleepers, but not for legacies. That was because the legacies had always had such an option, they just never used it. For them, the trial of the nightmare spell was like a sacred rite. Legacies were fundamentally a warrior caste, the martial aristocracy of the New World. Their culture was uniquely harsh and unforgiving, forging them into people capable of facing the senseless terror of the nightmare spell. They took their valiance seriously. Being sent into the dream realm on the winter solstice was a rite of passage. Some would say that it was an unnecessary risk, maybe even point to the Forgotten Shore as an example. Thousands of young men and women had perished there before Changing Star finally conquered the gateway. But at the same time, those who had survived were among the strongest champions of humanity now. Most were masters and some were saints. Changing Star herself, Song of the Fallen, Nightingale, Raised by Wolves, those were legendary names. So even if Tamar's father had been afraid of sending his daughter to her death, he would have still done it, because that was how legacies were. Rain sighed. That is so messed up. How had the leader of Clan Sorrow felt, willingly putting his daughter's life at risk? How had Tamar felt knowing that her parents would rather see her dead than weak? Things like that would mess up one's head for life. Suddenly, Rain didn't want to mock the young legacy anymore. She lingered for a few moments, then asked curiously, "But how did you survive?" As Lady Tamar said, a death zone is no place for humans. To make it out alive, it's like a miracle. The three awakened looked at each other somberly. Eventually, Ray answered with a pale smile, "We received help." Fleur shivered. "Yeah. No human can live in a death zone, but actually one human does." "Well, at least he seems like a human. Nobody is really sure." Tamar nodded with a dark expression. "He was the one who saved us. The Lord of Shadows." Chapter 1785, Hermit Saint of Godgrave, the Lord of Shadows. The porters shivered. Night had fallen, and only the light of the bonfire illuminated the desolate plain. Flakes of ash danced in the air. Far away, the white phalanxes of the dead deity towered above the plain like mountains, and three pale moons were drowning in the darkness of the cold sky. It was a perfect environment to tell a scary story. Awakened Ray smiled faintly. "Yes, the Lord of Shadows." Rain shifted a little to hear him better. She was haunted by an insufferable shadow, so of course, anything that had to do with shadows was of interest to her. The young man took a deep breath, cradled a cup of fragrant tea in his hands, and continued. "Out there in Godgrave, the sky is usually covered by clouds. When the veil of clouds is torn, blinding light pours from an incandescent white abyss, incinerating anything that moves. But there is a place where light can never reach, a land that is forever shrouded in darkness. Out there in the darkness stands an ancient temple built of black stone. That is where the Lord of Shadows lives." Rain stared at awakened Ray incredulously. "Is he an idiot?" The young man had good control of his voice, drawing the listeners into the scene he was describing. But no, what was he doing? Were they in a theater? Why couldn't he just speak normally? Awakened Fleur turned away, blushing from embarrassment. Tamar of Sorrow closed her eyes with a stoic expression. The porters, though, seemed delighted and leaned forward a little, enjoying the story. Rain blinked a couple of times, then did the same, not wishing to stand out. Awakened Ray continued. "The Lord of Shadows is believed to be a reclusive saint, but nobody knows for sure where he comes from. Nobody even knows if he is a human, really. He always wears a suit of black armor and wears a fearsome black mask. His voice is cold and insidious, and his powers are great beyond belief. He lives alone in the dark temple, surrounded only by the devils who serve him." The young man took a deep breath and then said quietly, allowing his voice to tremble a little. "It's true. I've been to the temple and saw those devils myself. One is a living statue of a beautiful female knight. One is a towering hellspawn forged from black metal. One is an enormous serpent whose body envelops the entire temple, its scales like polished onyx. However, none of them are as frightening as the Lord of Shadows himself. His mask is carved from black wood in the image of an ancient fiend, and looking into its eyes is like looking into the abyss itself." He shivered and shook his head. "I thought that I'd die right there and then, looking at him. However, the Lord of Shadow just stared at me for a while, unmoving, and then said in a voice that lacked all human emotion, 'I've decided not to kill you, Dreamer Ray.' As if he needed a reason to allow someone to live, instead of a reason to take someone's life." Rain secretly threw a glance at her own shadow. How come that Lord of Shadows lived in a palatial temple and had a bunch of powerful minions serving him, while her teacher did not even have a place to stay? Was her teacher a bum among shadows? Unfair. one of the porters asked in a trembling voice. "But awakened Ray, sir. How did you end up in that evil temple?" Ray opened his mouth to answer, but it was Fleur who spoke first, perhaps afraid that he'll say something nonsensical. "The spell sent us three to Godgrave. We found a place to hide and sent Ray to scout a path of escape, maybe find someone to rescue us. He stumbled into the territory of the Lord of Shadows by accident and was brought to the Citadel by one of the Lord's echoes." Tamar nodded. "Actually, the Lord of Shadows rescued several sleepers last year as well. That is where most of what is known about him comes from what those sleepers said after being sent to the Song Domain. Well, we were actually lucky. I don't know if he would have gone out of his way to find me and Fleur, but there was someone else at the temple when Ray arrived." Ray stared at his two companions with resentment, indignant that they had spoiled his theatrical retelling of their first venture into the dream realm. Then he sighed and nodded. "Yes. If I was alone, the Lord of Shadows might have sent me back on my own, or even disposed of me to avoid inconvenience. He's a bit sinister, to say the least." Luckily, at the time, Changing Star and a cohort of firekeepers were taking shelter in the temple. They were on a mission in Godgrave, but took time to risk themselves and rescue Fleur and Tamar. Lady Nephi's even persuaded the Lord of Shadows to help. "If anyone can convince an eccentric powerhouse like him, it's her," Tamar sighed. "The three of us could only hide. Even now that we have awakened, we would not survive a day in Godgrave." But Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows, they willingly went into the depths of the abomination-infested bones to save us. Because of it, they were surrounded by great nightmare creatures. She glanced at Fleur, hesitated for a moment, and added in a wistful tone, "The Lord of Shadows took us and used some kind of movement ability to cross more than 100 kilometers in a few seconds. Then, he threw us to the firekeepers and went back. We could only feel the ground shaking from time to time. But eventually, both of them returned, battered but alive. Everyone seemed shocked. They fought many great abominations, and one," Tamar spared a joyless smile and nodded. "In fact, many saints can prevail in a battle against a great nightmare creature of a lower class. Several of them, though, it's like a death sentence. Only Changing Star and a few others are capable. The Lord of Shadows, even though I don't know who he is, his powers are at least equal to those of the most valiant transcendents. He is without a doubt one of the most lethal warriors of this era." She looked into the fire. "Don't listen to Ray and his nonsense, though. The Lord of Shadows is just a saint. People say that he is eccentric, and I can understand who would want to live in a death zone. Maybe he just hates people, or maybe it has something to do with his flaw. In any case, the three of us owe him a debt of gratitude. We would have been dead if not for his strength." Rain was deep in thought about the mysterious saint. But the porters seemed to have forgotten about his existence already. Instead, they leaned forward with glistening eyes. "So, Lady Tamar," Old Carol smiled excitedly. "Did you say that you met Changing Star and the Fire Keepers?" The other porters were similarly excited. "Wow, what is she like in real life? Is she as beautiful as in the recordings? Was Lady Cassia there as well? Did you fly on the chain breaker?" Rain rolled her eyes. Then unexpectedly she opened her mouth and said in a tone of nonchalance, "You guys, leave Lady Tamar alone. Also, if you want to know about Changing Star, just ask me. You might not know, but she taught me swordsmanship once. Oh, Nightingale gave me a few archery lessons, by the way, and I used to scold Saint Athena because she leaves dirty plates around the house. Tusk, that slovenly woman. What the hell am I doing? Why was she spouting nonsense? That was not like her at all. But unexpectedly, it was also a bit fun. Oh no, teacher has corrupted me." The porters stared at her, then exploded with laughter. "Right, so Ronnie, what is Lady Changing Star like? Are you sure that she taught you swordsmanship? Didn't you teach her instead? No one has seen that Shadow Lord without a mask. Maybe it was Ronnie all along." Rain spared them a bright smile. "Well, have you ever seen me and the Lord of Shadows in the same room? There was another bout of laughter. Sometime later, the roasted meat was finished, and the members of the survey team went back to their tents. The three awakened decided which one of them would guard the camp first and followed suit. Rain spent several hours revolving her essence. Deep at night, she finally sprawled on her sleeping bag in total exhaustion. She lingered for a while, then asked quietly, "Hey, teacher, do you know about that Lord of Shadows?" He remained silent for a while. "Sure. I know him quite well. Why are you asking?" Rain smiled in the darkness. No reason. It's just that you are a shadow and he's the Lord of Shadows. So, is he like your superior?" Her teacher's voice revealed a hint of indignation. "Who, that clown, my superior? If I wanted to, I could erase him from existence with a thought," she chuckled. "But he has a huge temple and a bunch of powerful servants. He also seems close with Lady Nephi's. Didn't you say once that you're practically her boyfriend?" "Sorry, I don't mean to sound rude. But it seems more like he is her boyfriend instead." Her teacher was appalled. "I did say that, and by the way, I asked her on a date and she agreed. She was delighted to agree even. Who can resist my charm?" Rain grinned. "I'm just saying, that Lord of Shadows, he seems to know what's what. Won't the other shadows mock you for being an underachiever because of him? No temple, no servants, no beautiful saintess hanging on your arm. I pity my poor teacher. Teacher is such an ascetic." Instead of an answer, a threatening growl resounded from the darkness. Chapter 17, 86. Decent archer. Her teacher seemed to be sulking, and did not speak with her the next morning. Rain crawled out of her tent, disassembled it, and prepared for a long day of marching across the desolate plain. She was in a good mood because of having managed to tease her teacher successfully last night. There was no need to do the survey work anymore, so the team moved west at a brisk pace. They were also familiar with the terrain and could follow an optimal route instead of wandering aimlessly. Of course, Tamar of Sorrow had been exaggerating a bit when she said that they would go in a straight line. The Moonriver plain was within the borders of the Song domain, but the only citadel here was far to the south, at its very edge. And since there was nothing but the hollow mountains to the north, this land was wild and dangerous. There were plenty of nightmare creatures here, and so the survey team had to avoid the hunting grounds of the more dangerous abominations. Still, they were making good progress. The further west they went, the more canyons barred their path. By now, the members of the survey team were very familiar with crossing them, so much so that it had almost become a habit. They would try to find the place where a stone bridge once stood, since the canyons were usually narrow there. The remains of the bridges also further narrowed the chasm. Then, young Tamar would mount her wolf Echo and leap over the canyon while holding a rope. After fastening it on the other side, she would raise a simple pulley system. The carts and equipment would be transported over the chasm first, and the people would follow. The whole process was a bit tiring, but not especially dangerous. Even if the canyon started to wail and was suddenly flooded by rushing water, the ropes remained above the powerful current. The porters just had to be careful not to look down. The canyons were incredibly deep, their depths shrouded in inky darkness. Falling down meant death. The currents, however, were incredibly violent, so falling into the water was not much safer. The survey team reached another canyon and went through the familiar motions. This one was not very wide, but it was still going to take some effort to transport all the equipment to the other side. Rain, who was usually one of the last people to traverse the chasm, leaned on the cart she had been pulling and took a deep breath. Since the crossing was monotonous, and they had already gone through the process countless times, it was easy to grow numb and allow one's mind to wander. However, even while presenting a relaxed facade, Rain still maintained vigilance. She knew all too well that a moment of carelessness could mean death in the dream realm, which was why she was one of the first people to see it. Tamar and her Echo were already on the other side, and the ropes were drawn across the chasm. The carts had been attached to the hooks and pulled over the canyon. Now, it was time for humans to follow. There were 3 ropes, one for them to walk over, 2 to hold with their hands. Awakened Fleur was in the middle of crossing, and one of the survey specialists was waiting for his turn to follow. However, Rain was suddenly distracted by something. It was the dead man standing a small distance away from the resting porters. His gaze was just as empty and expressionless as ever. However, he had just turned his head, silently facing the canyon. She frowned. The pilgrim had always been passive and quiet. He never did anything except for following the survey team. Why had he moved now? Crap! Before anyone could react, there was movement in the canyon. An enormous, clawed hand rose from somewhere below and swiped at the survey specialist. Its desiccated palm was the size of his entire body, and the vicious claws seemed sharp enough to rip the man to shreds. Rain's eyes widened. Luckily, the surveyor staggered back and tripped, seemingly on nothing, just in the nick of time. The claws missed him by a hair's breadth, failing to rip his body apart. They did snap the 3 ropes, though. Fleur! Ray's shout tore apart the silence, but he was far away to do anything. What are you shouting about? She's an awakened. Fleur might not have been strong enough to survive a fall into the canyon, but she definitely could hold on to the ropes. It was the porters who were in real danger, because the enormous hand was already reaching toward them with its claws. What saved them wasn't a miracle, but the cold steel of Tamer's sword. The legacy girl had been on the other side of the canyon, watching the others cross. She reacted at the first sign of danger. The Echo was standing guard further away, so she simply jumped into the chasm without wasting any time. Tamer of Sorrow, like all awakened, possessed 2 awakened abilities. One allowed her to step on the air. She could do it once as a sleeper, and twice now that she had awakened. The second ability allowed her to burst with startling speed for a short amount of time. She was so fast, in fact, that it seemed as if she was simply teleporting from place to place. Which was how Tamer crossed the canyon without the help of her Echo. By the time she landed on the other side, her sword had already woven itself from sparks of light. It was a brutish Zweihander with a leather-bound ricasso. Tamer was a young woman of medium height, so the great sword looked comically large in her hands. She did, however, wield it with effortless ease. She activated her awakened ability again and shot forward, delivering a terrifying slash to the wrist of the hidden abomination's arm. Despite the fact that it was as thick as the trunk of an ancient tree, the Zweihander cut through the tough hide, steel muscles, and adamantine bone, severing the creature's enormous hand. Tamer seemed to disappear from one spot and appear in another in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the hideous hand separated from the creature's arm in a flood of viscous blood. It fell heavily on the ground and continued moving, crawling toward the terrified porters. Ray, finally, awakened Ray reacted. He dashed to intercept the hand, while Tamer turned to the canyon. By then, the nightmare creature was already climbing over the edge. It was huge and hideous, with a gaunt body and long, sinewy limbs. Its head was disproportionately large for the emaciated torso, with 2 little bloodshot eyes and an enormous crimson maw. Worst of all, it seemed to possess too many arms. Tamer had severed one at the wrist, but 3 hands were already reaching toward her. 2 more were gripping the edge of the canyon, pushing the giant up. There was barely any time to react. The young legacy did something that most warriors would never do in a battle. She jumped high into the air, dragging the great length of the brutish Zweihander behind her. A jump was usually tantamount to death, because one could not control their direction or react to the opponent's attacks without standing on the ground. A strike delivered in the air was also weaker than a strike delivered while using a solid surface for support. However, that did not apply to Tamer. She pushed off the air once, soaring to greater height, and then once more, changing her trajectory completely. At the same time, she spun like a wheel and brought the Zweihander down on the enemy's arm. This time, the force contained in the strike was not augmented by the startling speed of her awakened ability, but it was still fearsome. The arm of the abomination was not severed, but the great sword bit deep, not only slicing the veins and muscles, but also cracking the bone. She had evaded the other two hands by jumping over them as well. Tamar would have been clear if not for the fact that at that moment the creature's two sinister eyes locked on her, and another three hands shot at her from the canyon. The young legacy faltered for a split second. Then, a sharp arrow whistled past her and pierced one of the abomination's eyes. A moment later, another arrow sank into the remaining eye of the hideous nightmare creature, effectively blinding it. A pained roar shook the plain. Landing on the ground, Tamar activated her awakened ability and dodged to the right, avoiding the grab of the blinded abomination. She would have been in trouble if it could see, but now, things were different. Shaking the fetid blood off the blade of her great sword, she prepared to attack and glanced back briefly. Ray was busy pushing back the severed hand. So who had made those stunningly accurate shots? The beautiful porter girl, Ronnie, was standing near the pile of unloaded equipment, holding a simple recurve bow. Her black hair was dancing in the wind, and there was a strangely serene expression on her pale face. Her black eyes were glistening with something that resembled excitement. She was already drawing the bow again, the fletching of a handmade arrow brushing against her white cheek. A little stunned, Tamar turned back to the enormous abomination. She did say that she was decent with a bow. If that was decent, then Tamar did not even know what great was. As she pushed her body forward, a stray thought surfaced in her mind. Ronnie had also said that she had some experience trekking in the wilderness and could handle a sword fine. Suddenly, Tamar wanted to know what her definition of fine was. Chapter 1787, Act the situation was not good. Ray had managed to stall the monstrous hand. Hacking it to pieces with his weapons, he wielded a short sword in one hand and an axe in the other. Rain had blinded the abomination with her arrows, and Tamar disabled two of its arms. The problem was that the creature had just too many of them. Rain had already counted 9, and more were rising from behind the climbing monstrosity like a ghastly forest. Worse still, it was an awakened abomination. She had aimed at the obvious vulnerability, first the eyes, but other than that, there wasn't a lot of damage she could do. Even if her arrows pierced the tough hide of the creature, it would not harm it too much. Tamar faced the forest of monstrous arms with grim resolve, wielding her hefty Zweihander with daunting skill. She used both of her abilities to dance between the barrage of killing blows. The young legacy seemed like a steel whirlwind, alternating unpredictable jumps with short bursts of stunning speed. Torrents of fetid blood were released into the frigid air from her great blade. She managed to stall and damage many limbs of the abomination, in large part due to the creature having been blinded, but could not advance to attack its body. Crap! Rain dropped her bow and unsheathed her sword. Why are you just standing there? Get back! The petrified porters were stirred by her shout and staggered away from the carnage. Miraculously, none of them was dead yet. The abominable claws rained down in pursuit of the elusive legacy girl, sending pieces of stone flying. A net of cracks spread on the ground from each missed blow, viscous blood spilling into the narrow fissures. Rain dashed forward and supported awakened Ray, who had managed to sever two of the hideous hand's fingers, but almost got pierced by the long claw of the third. They were in a stalemate, and that stalemate wasn't in their favor. The creature was continuing to climb up from the canyon, and once it crawled onto the plain, whatever resistance Tamar was able to offer would be overwhelmed. So, someone had to reach the abomination and deal it a mortal wound. Rain would have gone herself, but she was mundane. Her Takai would not be able to slay the giant. Ray, on the other hand, was awakened and wielded enchanted weapons. Better yet, he could become imperceptible. so with some luck his blade would reach the creature's neck without being blocked by the countless claws. "Go, I'll finish this thing off." The young man glanced at her with wide eyes, hesitated for a split second, then nodded and disengaged. He must have thought the same. A moment later, Ray was gone. Literally. He activated his awakened ability and dissolved into the air. There was no sound, no smell, no anything. It was as if he had never existed at all. Rain brandished her takai, deflected a terrifying claw, and then kicked the severed hand with all her might. The hand was the size of an adult human and weighed quite a lot. Still, Rain's kick sent it rolling backward. With 2 fingers missing, it had turned rather clumsy. The bizarre thing was still trying to turn itself over when she dashed forward, turned her sword, and thrust it down, using all of her own weight to make the strike more powerful. The takai pierced the monstrous palm, slid between the bones, and nailed the severed hand to the ground. It was a mundane blade, so an awakened abomination could easily snap it. However, even an abomination would have to follow common reason to achieve that. It would need proper grip and support, at least, ideally good leverage. Laying on the ground, impaled through the center, the monstrous hand had none of those. So it just struggled fiercely, unable to free itself for now. Rain staggered back, then looked up to evaluate the situation. Tamar had managed to sever several more arms, but was hopelessly stuck in the avalanche of monstrous limbs. Blinded, the creature flailed them with no sense or reason, making a mess of the plain. Ray would be having trouble closing in, as well he might have been invisible, but the space between the survey team and the massive body of the climbing abomination was full of stone shards and deadly claws. Ray was still a corporeal being, so making way through the carnage was not going to be easy. On the opposite side of the canyon, Floor had climbed the ropes and was now standing on the edge, shouting something as she summoned her memories. Rain couldn't quite hear what the pretty healer was shouting, but she managed to read her lips. "Tyrant! It's a tyrant!" Damn. Rain had never faced an awakened tyrant before, nor had she ever wished to. As she faltered for a moment, shaken by the revelation, a blurred silhouette shot over the chasm. Then the echo of the giant wolf landed on the tyrant's back, tearing at its shoulders with sharp claws and sinking vicious fangs into its neck. That damned thing finally made it across the canyon. Tamar's echo seemed like a fallen beast or monster. At best, it wasn't quite powerful enough to destroy an awakened tyrant outright. However, it was very large, and it weighed a lot. The abomination was still trying to climb out of the chasm, hanging awkwardly with half of its massive torso towering above the edge. When the monstrous wolf landed on its back, the wolf's weight was added to the tyrant's own, pulling it into the deep abyss. It swayed back precariously. A frenzied shriek escaped from the creature's maw, and it flailed its arms in the air. It was still holding onto the edge with 2 hands, but now more of them scratched the stone with their claws, leaving deep grooves in it. The tyrant's fall was arrested. With so many hands trying to keep the abomination from falling, Tamar received a bit of breathing room. Without wasting even a split second, she dashed forward. "Ray, the hands!" Her Zweihander drew a beautiful arc in the air, then fell down like the blade of an enormous guillotine. It severed the fingers of one of the 2 main hands the tyrant was using for support. At the same time, the fingers on the other hand were suddenly torn apart, and a vague silhouette of a young man revealed itself in the air. He was hacking at the fingers with his weapons, aiming to damage the joints between the phalanxes. Rain used her leg to throw her bow into the air, caught it, and knocked an arrow on the string in one fluid motion. A moment later, the arrow pierced into the deep wound dealt by Ray, disabling one of the fingers. With both of the main support hands damaged, the rest could not hold the weight of the tyrant anymore. When the echo jerked its head and pulled the abomination back with all its weight, the ghastly creature finally slid off the edge and disappeared into the depths of the canyon with a deafening howl. Rain trembled and lowered her hands. Damn, that was intense. She exhaled slowly, then glanced at the porters. Everyone was in one piece. The survey specialists were all fine as well, which was more than a little unexpected. Did my teacher protect them secretly? Rain suspected that he did, especially because the dead pilgrim was suspiciously missing. Had the dead man been swept into the canyon in all the mayhem, or had her teacher pushed him into the chasm while no one was looking? She would have to ask him later, but it was too early to relax still. Picking up her quiver, Rain lamented the loss of several arrows, then circled around the pinned hand of the tyrant and approached the edge of the chasm. She stopped near Ray and Tamar. All three of them looked down. The depths of the canyon were shrouded in darkness, and it was impossible to say how far down its bottom was. Ray swept his hair back nervously and looked at them. "Do you think it's dead?" Tamar lingered for a moment, then pursed her lips and hesitantly shook her head. "I haven't heard anything from the spell." Turning back, she glanced at the severed hand that Rain pinned to the ground with her sword. "Go finish that thing off, Ray. It should be the tyrant's minion, what a bizarre creature by the dead gods, who had countless hands instead of proper minions." Ray sighed, then readied his weapons and headed away from the edge. A storm of sparks rose around the legacy girl, and then the wolf echo manifested itself behind her. There was no need to let it be damaged by the fall. She had simply dismissed it, then summoned it back. Finally, Tamar turned to Rain and studied her for a moment. Then she scowled. "You," however, before she could finish the sentence, a chilling wail resounded from the depths of the canyon, reverberating across the plain. It was like the world itself was weeping. The flood was coming. It was impossible to hear her voice now, this close to the chasm. It was also impossible to discern what Fleur was shouting. Rain stared across the canyon in confusion. The awakened healer was jumping and waving her hands in the air, pointing at them with a desperate expression on her lovely face. "Ack! Oh, ing, all, ack!" Rain could barely hear anything because of the wailing ack. "What is trying to pack, attack, crack, back?" Suddenly, his eyes widened. Rain looked at Tamar in panic, but it was already too late. The edge of the canyon had been damaged severely by the barrage of blows dealt to it by the tyrant. The weathered stone was broken and cracked, and just then it finally crumbled. Before Rain could do anything, the entire side of the canyon suddenly moved and then collapsed, falling into the wailing darkness. And the two of them were pulled down with it, plummeting into the bottomless chasm alongside countless tons of broken stone. Chapter 1788 Weeping Canyon life was like that. You could train your body tirelessly to turn it into a tenacious, resilient tool. You could practice swordsmanship and archery until your hands bled, temper your observation skills and analytical thinking, and test yourself against countless opponents in real combat to turn shallow knowledge into deeply rooted experience. And then, you can still die because of nothing but bad luck. Rain felt resentful as she plummeted into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by an avalanche of shattered stone. But no, that was not true. Her current predicament was not due to misfortune. She was at fault. It was her who had not been cautious enough, perceptive enough, and smart enough. All the signs had been there: the cracks in the stone, the weathered state of the canyon walls, the devastating power of the tyrant's blows. She should have put two and two together. She should have done better. So Rain had no one to blame but herself. Still, she was indignant. To die like that, it was really unfair. All these thoughts flashed through her mind in the span of a moment. Then she gritted her teeth and tried to think of a way to survive. First things first, the fall itself would not kill her just yet. The bottom of the canyon was far away, and she could survive bouncing off its walls once or twice. The most pressing threat were the falling boulders. They were massive and heavy enough to turn Rain into a pancake, or at least smash her skull open. Raising her arms, she tried to shield her head. A moment later, something slammed into her forearms, and she felt sharp pain. Luckily, the boulder was not large enough to crush her, so her bones weren't even broken. The next one, though, catching a glimpse of it, Rain shuddered. It was like a wall of rough rock was pursuing her, mere moments away from colliding with her fragile body. There was no chance to evade. A moment before she was crushed by the massive slab of stone, however, something strange happened. The darkness seemed to touch it lightly, and the enormous boulder shattered into a million pieces. Instead of being killed, Rain was simply showered by small pieces of debris. Her teacher rarely helped her directly. However, it seemed that he was unwilling to let his student perish so senselessly, and interfered just like he had interfered to keep the porters and surveyors from being ravaged by the tyrant. I take back all the bad words I've called him. There was no time to feel touched, but Rain still felt a strange warmth in her heart. Then she turned her head to find the only source of salvation there was, apart from her eccentric shadow companion, Tamar of Sorrow. The legacy girl could take 2 steps on the air, so if anyone could help Rain survive, it was her. If she would even bother wasting her time to save a mundane porter, of course. It would be much easier, not to mention safer, to only worry about herself and let Rain fall to her death. Where is she? Everything was happening so fast, but time also seemed to slow down. Plummeting into the wailing darkness, Rain looked around feverishly and tried to catch a glimpse of young Lady Tamar. But she could not see her, however. That was not because Tamar was nowhere to be seen. Rather, it was because Rain was looking too far. She did not expect that the legacy was nearly upon her and only realized it when something blocked her vision. What, then? Rain gasped as something hard rammed into her abdomen. Arg! As it turned out, Tamar had been quicker to react. After regaining her bearings, she swiftly evaluated the situation, located Rain, and then used the first of her 2 steps to arrest her fall and launch herself to intercept the falling porter instead. The hard thing that had collided with Rain's abdomen, knocking the wind out of her, was the legacy girl's shoulder. Since Tamar was clad in a suit of plate armor, her steel pauldron was not at all soft. Grabbing Rain around the waist, she continued to fly toward the wall of the canyon. However, another huge boulder barred their path, hissing a stifled curse. Tamar used the second step to change their direction and avoided it. Now her dormant ability was exhausted. She would not be able to use it again before touching a solid surface with her feet. They flew into the darkness, falling deeper and deeper, but at the same time getting closer to the wall. Tamar shielded Rain from falling debris and yelled, "Old N." A moment later, Rain's body was violently jerked and came to a halt. Ah. Crap, that hurt. She opened her eyes and tried to assess the situation. The wailing rising from the depths of the canyon was absolutely deafening, making her ears ring. She was surrounded by darkness. The sky was like a narrow line of light far, far above. Tamar was hanging from the damp wall of the canyon. One of her hands was thrust into a narrow crack, while the other was still holding Rain. I'll be damned. They were actually alive. Well, for now. Since Tamar had technically landed on something, she could activate her dormant ability again. Then, like a squirrel, she could slowly make her way back to the surface while carrying Rain. There was a big problem, though. The canyon was weeping, which meant that it was going to turn into a raging river at any moment. Rain couldn't really see well in the darkness, but she thought that she noticed a panicked look in the legacy girl's eyes. Then they were enveloped in the roar of rushing water. A moment later, the flood slammed into them like a concrete wall. Rain did not even have time to scream. Tamar's hand was violently wrenched out of the crack and they were carried away, deeper into the canyon. The last thing Rain remembered was the sight of a solid surface of stone approaching her at terrible speed. She was cold and tired. Everything hurt, so Rain did not want to wake up. I'll just sleep 5 more minutes. She couldn't be late for class. But she could, a little bit. If she pretended to be pitiful, maybe Mom would let her sleep a bit more. Only, wasn't her mom far away, and there were no classes anymore. Instead, she was. Opening her eyes, Rain stared at the gray sky. Drops of rain were falling from above, cooling her face. She studied the sky for a bit, then flinched and sat up. She was laying on the solid ground, surrounded by the vast expanse of the Moonriver plain. There was a small fire crackling near, with her teacher warming his pale hands over it. The battered figure of Tamar of Sorrow was laying on the other side of the fire. She seemed to be in a rough shape and still unconscious. Rain blinked slowly. "We're alive." That was good news. The bad news was that she had no idea how they had escaped the canyon and where they were. She vaguely remembered being surrounded by soft darkness and carried by the raging current, but then, at some point, she must have passed out. It was hard to differentiate one part of the plain from the other, but Rain did not think that she recognized the surroundings. The members of the survey team were nowhere in sight as well. Letting out a deep sigh, she turned to her teacher and asked hoarsely, "What happened?" He looked at her and smiled. "Well, you two fell into the river and I fished you out." Rain nodded slowly. "How far were we carried by the current?" He shrugged. "Pretty far. It's okay." Since both of them were alive, the situation could still be salvaged. They could find the survey team, maybe, and return to the main camp of the road crew, or proceed to one of the advanced camps on their own. Or Rain looked at her teacher and forced out a smile. "Teacher, you are so kind and powerful. Can't you take us back?" He responded with a smile of his own. "Oh, sure, I can." However, his voice was a little sinister. "Look at that poor girl, Tamar, she's barely alive. It would be really kind of me to take you both back, wouldn't it? One might even say that only a heartless monster wouldn't, so I really should." "Ah, but I won't." Rain's smile grew a little forced. "What, really? Come on. It won't even be that hard for you." Her teacher nodded. "Really, if you want to get out of here alive, well, what can I say? All you need to do is awaken. Do that and you'll be fine." With that, he gave her a pleasant smile and disappeared into her shadow. A moment later, his voice resounded from the darkness. "Alternatively, that Lord of Shadows, he seems to know what's what. You can ask him for help." Rain stared at her shadow incredulously, then took a deep breath. "I take back everything I took back. That petty bastard." Chapter 1789, Peculiar Connection. After welcoming the Fire Keepers for a few short days, the nameless temple had grown silent once again. However, the silence was not going to last long. Soon enough, the dark realm that Sunny had built in the heart of Godgrave would become a hive of activity. Due to the deal he had made with Morgan, his citadel was to be made into a secondary staging ground for the Sword Army during the war. A relatively small but elite contingent would be stationed here, using the temple as their operation base. But the peace and quiet would be gone long before that. After all, the soldiers had to live somewhere. They needed beds, places to cook and consume food, storage space to keep a large amount of supplies, an infirmary, and so on. All of these things had to be built before the war started. There were so many things that went into waging a war. A military conflict between Awakened was different in many ways, but still fundamentally similar to any other war in human history. It demanded an unfathomable amount of logistical preparations. Sunny felt dejected. It had taken him a lot of effort to restore the nameless temple to its present state. Now, however, it would be turned into an actual citadel, a place that existed to serve as a safe haven for the people in the dream realm. There would be a small army of workers coming here to perform all the laborious tasks soon, which was not a bad thing. However, he had grown used to the peaceful silence. Today, there were only 2 humans under the roof of the ancient temple. One of them was Sunny himself. The other was Cassie, who had arrived as the seneschal of the great clan Valor to assess the state of the citadel and collect all the necessary information to launch the construction. At least that was the official reason. Sunny had thought that Nephi's would come personally. He was a little relieved that she was not here. His mind was burning in anticipation of their upcoming date, so seeing her before that would have been somewhat embarrassing. It was nice to see Cassie outside the context of their deal as well. The temple itself must be off-limits to the soldiers unless it is to use the gateway. Of course, they can retreat inside if we are under attack and the outer perimeter is breached. Even then, I will not allow them to venture into the inner sanctum and the underground level. Cassie turned her head slightly. There is an underground level, Sunny smiled. Don't pretend you don't know. Nephi saw it, which means that you saw it too. The young woman coughed in embarrassment. Right, sorry. It's a habit of mine to act appropriately oblivious. Otherwise, people get uncomfortable around me. He spared her a long look. Since it was only the two of them in the temple, Sunny had dismissed Weaver's mask. It felt strange to walk around with a bare face as the Lord of Shadows, even if Cassie could not see his expression, only her own. He shook his head. I doubt there is anyone in the world who knows the extent of your abilities and the depth of your foresight better than me, Cassie. So you don't need to worry about making me feel uncomfortable. There is also no one who knows me better than you now. There is really no other person either of us can trust more. She smiled faintly. I'll keep that in mind. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then led her outside. The territory around the temple is mostly cleared of nightmare creatures. There will be no problem building barracks and all the necessary facilities around it. My shadows will help protect the perimeter. You should know how powerful they are. The base will be very safe, all things considered. She shook her head. We can't rely on your shadows to maintain security, Sunny. After all, you are expected to participate in the battles against Song. Who knows if their presence would be required somewhere else? Sunny contemplated for a moment, then nodded. You are right. It felt very strange to be discussing the inevitable realm war so casually, and yet here they were. Studying her delicate face, he asked, Who do you think stands the better chance of winning? Cassie tilted her head a little. It's hard to say. The sword domain has a stronger military. It also has better strategists. Most importantly, there are the Ivory Tower and the Nameless Temple. It is all but inevitable that the King of Swords will arrive to Godgrave before the Queen of Worms. With him here, the forces of valor will venture into the Hollow sooner and conquer local citadels faster. It's hard to imagine how such an advantage won't snowball into a crushing avalanche. She hesitated for a moment. However, the Song domain is unpredictable. There seems to be no reason for them to be eager to fight this war. If anything, they should be scrambling to avoid it due to how disadvantaged they are, and yet they are as eager as the rulers of the sword domain, which means that they are hiding something. Well, of course they are. Her expression darkened a little. That encounter between you and the Skinwalker near Ravenheart. The emissaries of the House of Night were clearly in contact with Prince Mordred. Perhaps they have brokered some kind of deal behind the scenes. There are other possibilities as well, but at the end of the day, none of it matters. Sunny raised an eyebrow. It doesn't. Cassie remained silent for a moment, then said calmly, No, because neither Song nor Valor will win the war. We will win the war. He laughed. You say it with such conviction. However, isn't the whole thing predicated on Nephi's achieving supremacy without the help of the spell? And there is no saying if she will, least of all if she'll do it on time. It's all a gamble. Cassie faced him and smiled faintly. Sure, but so was every other step along the way, yet here we are, still standing. She hesitated a little, then added in a quieter voice, Plus, it's not entirely a gamble. Sunny sighed, then led her back into the temple. It's not. The young woman lingered with the answer. Eventually, she said in a subdued tone, The 6 of us, those who came back from the tomb of Ariel, all have strange gaps in our memory, but my memory has been affected the most. Sorry, I haven't revealed that secret to anyone before you, Sunny, and it's not easy to admit. My memory is really, severely damaged, and I can't see the future anymore. She took a deep breath. But there was a time when my memory was intact, and I could learn a lot about the future from my visions. That version of me must have known that there would be a war, and that Nephi's would have to defeat the sovereigns without challenging the fourth nightmare. Sunny considered her words carefully. "You mean?" Cassie nodded. "Yes. If that version of me did not attempt to create contingencies, it means that she saw a way to win the war. Therefore, perhaps it is not as big of a gamble as you think." Sunny hesitated for a while. He knew that Cassie had been in a fragile mental state for the past 4 years, not only because of losing her ability to see glimpses of the future, but also because much of her past was shrouded by fog. After all, he had been the purpose and cornerstone of all her schemes, and her schemes were truly life-consuming. When he turned fateless, a huge chunk had been ripped out of her memory, replaced by oblivion, so he didn't really want to dispel her hopes. But it wasn't good to let her rely on them either, he sighed. Or you have never known about the future after the tomb of Ariel at all, because the future has always been meant to become unclear after that. Suddenly, there was a strange intensity on Cassie's delicate face. She faced him and kept quiet for a few long moments, struggling to contain her emotions. Sunny had an idea of what she was thinking about. "Even if I ask you, I won't remember the answers, will I?" He shook his head slowly. "You won't. Of course, it would be great if Sunny could fill the gaps in her memory and let Cassie feel like herself again, but he couldn't. Between the two of them there was a peculiar and bitter connection. Sunny had been forgotten by the world, but Cassie had forgotten herself. He struggled to judge which one of them was more pitiful. Still, he wanted to console her, even if only a little. Sunny looked away with a sigh. "Of course, that doesn't mean that you never will." Cassie seemed frozen by his words. She raised a hand, then lowered it again. "There is a way for your existence to be restored." Sunny hesitated with a dark expression on his face. Of course, he had been contemplating that issue for a long time. In the end, he had determined that there was. Chapter 1790, Value of Regret. There was a single question at the root of the problem. Why had the thieving bird stolen his fate? Sure, the loathsome thing seemed to be obsessed with everything that concerned Weaver. But Sunny did not think that it was the only reason. After pondering the question for a while, he had developed a certain suspicion. He had lost the connection to the nightmare spell after becoming fateless, which meant that carrying the nightmare spell had something to do with one's fate. Perhaps fate was the medium through which the infection spread. In any case, the creature which now possessed his fate would therefore possess his connection to the nightmare spell as well. So why would the thieving bird want something like that? To answer that question, one had to realize that the creature that Sunny had met in the nightmare was not the real thieving bird. The real thieving bird was long dead. Instead, the odious thing he had run into at the estuary was a replica of the vile terror created by the spell. And a replica could only exist in the illusory realm of the nightmare. A carrier of the spell, however, a carrier of the spell would be expelled back into the real world once the nightmare was over. They would have a way to go back. So, Sunny had come to believe that the real reason why the thieving bird wanted his fate was to become a carrier of the nightmare spell and slip through the cracks of the illusory realm, finding a backdoor to reality. If so, that would be the greatest prison break in history. Quite a suitable feat for the greatest and most vile thief to have ever lived. Very few creatures could find a way back into existence after having been destroyed for thousands of years, and in such an original way. Therefore, the creature that had stolen his fate and was now in possession of it was not gone. It had not been erased forever by the collapse of the nightmare. It was somewhere out there, in the real world, liberated from its illusory prison and free to roam the world, stealing anything that had caught its fancy, which meant that it could be hunted down and killed, and that he could get his fate back from it somehow. Sunny was nowhere near powerful enough to risk facing a cursed terror, let alone a cursed terror that neither gods nor demons had been able to deal with. Even the void beings were said to have loathed the vile thieving bird, which meant that they had suffered from its mischief as well. The damned bird was a real menace. More importantly, though, He didn't know if he even wanted to get his fate back. Despite everything, he wasn't sure, because there were strings attached to regaining his fate, both literally and figuratively. Some days, Sonny woke up and wanted nothing more than to be remembered. Some days he woke up and felt that he would never give up his freedom, which he had paid for so dearly. But Cassie deserved to know that there was a possibility at least. He sighed. There is a way. However, Sonny's voice turned heavy. There is a price to pay if one wishes to become fateless. There is also a price to pay if one wishes to become fated, and I am not sure if I want to pay that price. They reached the courtyard where a lonesome tree stood, its leaves rustling in the darkness. The tree was feeling much better after being tended to by Shakti. It was doing much better, in fact, than it had in the outskirts, even though there was no sun to shine on its leaves and bathe it in warmth. The two of them looked at it in silence, Sonny with his own eyes and Cassie as well. After a while she asked, "Why did you plant this tree in your citadel?" She was thinking about another tree, perhaps one that he had burned on the forgotten shore. It would be easy to imagine why the sinister Lord of Shadows would keep a tree like the Soul Devourer in his temple. However, this one was perfectly mundane and did not even bear fruit. Sonny hesitated for a while, then looked at the base of the tree's trunk. There 3 lines were carved into the bark. "It's a memorial tree." Cassie turned to him silently. He smiled. "A long time ago, I carved 2 lines into it as a grave for my parents. Later, I added a 3rd as a grave for myself. This is my citadel and this is my grave. I think it's quite fitting." Sonny lingered for a moment and added, "I've never told you about it, so maybe you'll remember." However, she did not. Cassie seemed distracted for a moment and then said calmly, "Should we proceed to the actual discussion then?" So she had known that about him as well. He smiled and summoned the shadows, manifesting them into 2 chairs and a table. Soon, another avatar of his arrived, carrying a tray with tea and refreshments. This one was the naughty shadow, and Sonny was not controlling him directly. That was why there was a subtle but unmistakably lecherous smile on the bastard's face. He stared at the avatar with murder in his eyes, and the naughty guy hurriedly changed his expression. He was even extra gallant when pouring Cassie tea. Her face crumbled a little and then she let out a melodious laugh. "Sorry, I just can't get used to that ability of yours." Sonny smiled. "That's all right. Sometimes I feel like I'm not used to it either. Well, and sometimes I feel like I am actually too used to it. It's a strange thing." He sighed and dismissed the avatar. But then again, the very idea of normalcy seems more and more distant the further on the path of ascension we walk. As saints, we are already far removed from what a normal human would be, some more than others. You must be experiencing it yourself, with the volume of alien memories you experience and the number of people you perceive the world through. Cassie's ascended ability was not limited to vision. She shared all senses of her marks, so, in a way, she had experienced being young and old, strong and weak, sick and healthy, male and female. That kind of experience was not something a human would ever be privy to, and it must have changed her perception of herself, as well. Sonny himself was living several lives at the same time. He knew that it had changed him. His 3 personas were quite different from each other despite being controlled by one mind. It was as much of an adaptation to differing circumstances as a defensive mechanism. Otherwise, the lines would become blurred, and he might one day become lost. That was another reason why he was clinging to his secrets so desperately, feeling a strange reluctance to let go of the act. Sonny leaned back. "Sometimes I wonder what we will become if we succeed. A supreme being must be even further from being human. What about a sacred being? What about a divine one?" He remained silent for a while, staring at his tea with a bleak expression. Then he said somberly, "There was a time when I harbored great hate against the sovereigns. Because they were distant, because they were corrupt, because they treated human lives as currency and did nothing when people died. With a deep sigh, Sonny straightened his back and looked at the rustling leaves of the lonesome tree for a while. And yet, haven't I spent these last few years doing nothing while people died? Such hypocrisy. Of course, I had my reason. Ultimately, it doesn't matter what a single saint does. A pawn can struggle and strive, but the players are the ones who decide the outcome of the game. So right now, I am biding my time to replace the morally corrupt players. It's for the greater good. A sad smile twisted his lips. But then I am sure that this is what the sovereigns think as well, that what they are doing, no matter how callous, is for the greater good. Cassie remained silent for a long time, then shook her head decisively. There is a big difference between us and the sovereigns. Sonny raised an eyebrow. There is, she nodded. Yes, it is that we are ashamed of our faults while they are not. It might sound stupid, but that matters. It matters more than you can think. He laughed. That's it. The only difference is that when we do something distasteful, we feel regret. Cassie shrugged. There is no need to think in absolutes. It is a fallacy. We also don't send assassins to kill little girls or try to unleash nightmare creatures in populous cities. The extent of one's willingness to do despicable things for what they perceive as greater good is also important, not just the principle. More importantly, we are also competent while they are not. The end only justifies the means if you actually reach the end. She hesitated for a moment and then smiled. Or, if you prefer, one can't make an omelet without breaking eggs, but if they break the eggs and can't even make an omelet, then they shouldn't be allowed into the kitchen. Don't you think? Sonny chuckled. That sounds pretty reasonable. Thanks for leveling with me. He picked up the cup and took a sip of the fragrant tea, then leaned forward and smiled. Now then, shall we discuss the details of how we are going to make this omelet? Chapter 1791. Queenmaker Sonny and Cassie were seated across from each other, enjoying tea and refreshments. The courtyard was peaceful, and the leaves rustled quietly above them. Other than that, there were no other sounds. The scene would have been picturesque if not for the fact the world was shrouded in absolute darkness. Neither of them had any need for light, and that, too, was a reason why having Cassie here felt comfortable to Sonny. Dirty deeds were meant to be done under the cover of darkness, and although them having tea in a friendly atmosphere seemed innocent enough, in truth, it was a meeting between two people who conspired to usurp the world in a mayhem of violence. There was hardly a dirtier and more treasonous intent than a bloody rebellion. Today, they were going to reveal their cards to each other. Without knowing what each of them was scheming, it would be impossible to form a meaningful cooperation. Cassie was going to relay all the information to Nephi's, of course. She sighed. Fundamentally, there are two tasks that need to be accomplished. One is to eliminate the sovereigns. The other is to usurp their thrones. Needless to say, both are hard to achieve. She sipped her tea and took a bite from a soft pastry. You should know by now some of the work that has gone into ensuring the former. Ultimately, Nephi's is responsible for warfare and conquest. My role in ensuring the downfall of the sovereigns is limited for now. I have been mainly focused on elevating her renown in the hearts of the people. It's pure propaganda. I have my avenues of manipulating the public opinion, and Jet has the government sources as well. It has been a long road to get where we are now. She smiled faintly. Of course, we were fortunate in many regards. The decision made by the government to turn Nephi's into a symbol, back when she had failed to return from the Forgotten Shore, was a stroke of luck. The reason why they made that decision, the great and tragic legacy of Immortal Flame and Broken Sword, is a grim blessing, as well. Conquering the second nightmare as a sleeper, and being adopted by a great clan added momentum to her rise to glory and breathed new life into her stirring tale. And lastly, the harsh treatment she received from the Elders of Valor only played into our hand, fueling the flames of her legend. Cassie shook her head lightly. Plus, it is not that hard to embellish Neff's achievements. No, not even so, there is no need to embellish anything. Her past feats are astonishing, and she has fought against the nightmare spell tirelessly for the past 4 years. She is always on the forefront, spilling her own blood for someone else's sake. Better yet, she has never lost a battle after becoming a saint. The number of lives she has saved is incalculable. So, it's embarrassing to admit, but my job as her spy master is rather easy. I just have to fan the flames and help the stories of her deeds spread faster and wider. She took another sip of tea and remained silent for a moment. It is to strengthen the foundation of her domain, of course, but not only for that. When Nephis faces the sovereigns in battle and vanquishes them, it is paramount that her domain consumes theirs. There is no point otherwise. The sword domain, the song domain when the war is over, there should only be the immortal flame domain, and it must encompass all of humanity, becoming the human domain, not only because hundreds of millions of people in the dream realm would be thrust into the first nightmare otherwise, but also to prepare for what comes next. Cassie unhurriedly finished her pastry. There are a lot of things that must be done to achieve that. Nephis is already immensely venerated by the people, but when the time comes, she has to be acknowledged by the saints who hold dominion over the citadels. They must pledge their loyalty to her after Kai's song and anvil of valor are gone. It would be simpler to eliminate all the loyalists and raise new ones to replace them, but those loyalists are also the foundation of humanity's strength. So we have to proceed with a surgical decapitation strike instead of a thorough culling. Then, we must get every legacy clan to bow before the new queen. Her expression darkened a little. There are already more than a few saints who share a bond with Nephis, like Sky Tide of the White Feather clan, who had been mistreated by valor, and whose life we saved during the Battle of the Black Skull. There are others as well who have been helped by her in recent years. The government will follow Jet, and we even have a few connections in the song domain. However, there is still a lot of work to be done on that front. If there is a saving grace to all that, it's that the weight of an individual in the era of the nightmare spell is infinitely greater than it had ever been before, because one person can indeed be more powerful than an army. If Nephis is the only supreme left standing, then many people would feel compelled to submit, simply because resisting her would be a tall task. She closed her eyes for a moment, a tired expression on her face. Still, there has to be a neat story to create a veil of legitimacy, and that is much harder to manifest out of thin air. As things are going, the assassination attempt on Nephis would be used as the reason for the war, so, in a way, the war will start from her. If we want everyone to accept her ending it, then we must position her as the voice of those who are opposed to the war from the very start. That way, when she betrays her adoptive clan and eliminates both sovereigns, we can present it as a courageous person making a reluctant choice to stop two warmongering tyrants, not a murderous opportunist who wants to become a tyrant herself. A peacemaker, not a usurper. Her tea was growing cold. That is it, in broad strokes. Now for the details. Where do I even start? After that, Cassie went into a detailed explanation of all the schemes she was weaving behind the scenes, every resource at Neff's disposal, every connection, every clandestine preparation, every strategy and tactic they had developed for the eventual battle against the sovereigns. She spoke for quite some time, to say the least. The scope of it all was nothing short of daunting, so much so that Sunny doubted which one of them had 7 bodies for a moment. The work had started a long time ago, pretty much immediately after the Forgotten Shore. However, it had only truly ramped up in the last 4 years. It seemed like neither Cassie nor Nephis had rested even for a minute after becoming saints. And yet, it still didn't seem enough. How could it be, if their goal was so ambitious? Not only did they want to bring down the current rulers of the world, but also to put the crown on Neff's head. After a while, Cassie grew quiet. Then, one of the avatars had replaced the tea kettle several times, as well as delivered more refreshments. Sunny sighed, then shook his head slightly. I understand that the actual battle with the sovereigns is not your responsibility, Cassie. Nephis is in charge of that. However, I still think that you are treating the act of killing them too lightly. Your preparations are insufficient. Your approach is too reliant on simply willing victory into existence. Sure, that is exactly what Nephis is known for. But still, there is a huge hole in the plan. He lingered for a few moments, then smiled darkly. Luckily, I am here to fill it. Chapter 1792. Bait and Switch. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then stood up. Please follow me. I want to show you something. Cassie rose, and they walked together through the impenetrable darkness. As they did, he spoke in a tone of indifference. You know a lot about what I've been up to after becoming a saint. For a while. I did not even have plans of ever returning, so my preparations are not as extensive as yours. Still, I've been working on bringing down the sovereigns earnestly in my own way. She nodded. Your involvement is both welcome and appreciated. You might want to be modest, Sunny, but there is really no need to. There are very few saints more powerful than you, maybe even none. So your presence alone is significant enough to change the balance of power entirely. Sunny smiled. Who says that I want to be modest? Yes, I am powerful. Not only am I powerful, but each of my shadows is also a walking calamity. There are only 6 people in the world that I am inclined to be wary of: the 3 sovereigns, Mordred, Nephis, and you. His smile widened. And look at that, I've joined hands with 2 of them to defeat the rest. I'd be afraid of us if I was someone else. They returned to the inner sanctum of the temple and entered the stairwell to the underground level. Sunny's smile dimmed a little. Returning to my preparations to kill the Supremes. Make no mistake, I am determined to achieve supremacy without venturing into a nightmare as well. It's just that while Nephis is prevented from doing so by circumstances, I simply can't. Because, well, you know. Sadly, I must admit that I am half a step behind her in that regard, which is why my plan revolved around battling at least one of the sovereigns as saints. They reached the great underground hall, which was drowning in darkness. Sunny had hidden it from Nephis the last time around. However, Cassie was witnessing the world through his eyes, so she could see everything that he could see. She was momentarily frozen in place. Don't worry, it's safe. The hidden level was like a reflection of the main hall, as if someone had flipped the entire temple and put it below ground upside down. The great pillars of black marble descended from the tall ceiling and rested on the floor, and silence reigned in the vast expanse of solemn emptiness. There were only 2 differences: the absence of the altar and the mystical circle that took the entirety of the far wall. The circle itself looked quite striking. It was as if the great wall of black marble had turned into liquid once and swirled around an invisible axis before solidifying in a sudden ripple. It was both orderly and chaotic, enthralling and unnerving, but mostly beautiful. It was also capable of absorbing a vast amount of essence like a bottomless vortex. Because of that, it emanated a sense of magnetic pressure. Cassie was stunned by the sight. What kind of sorcery is this? Sunny looked at the great circle, too. A kind that is much older than all the rest. Divine sorcery, if it could even be called that. Sorcery was something that followed a framework of laws and principles to shape the world, usually by manipulating soul essence. Divine sorcery, however, was simply a manifestation of a deity's will. There were some tricks to it, no doubt. Otherwise, there would be no need for the mystical circle to exist, or for the string of fate belonging to the chain lords to be contained in the 7 knives. However, Sunny could not even begin to guess these tricks. For all intents and purposes, divine sorcery created miracles, not magic. There was a hint of awe in Cassie's voice. What does it do? Sunny remained silent for a moment, then answered evenly. You probably don't know, but the nameless temple has not always stood in Godgrave. In fact, I found it somewhere else. It is a wandering citadel, and the circle allows it to wander. Cassie's brow furrowed a little. He knew that learning that fact pushed her into rethinking 1,000 of preconceived notions. A few moments later, she turned to him and slowly said, "You put it in Godgrave as bait." He smiled, allowing her to continue. "You knew that a citadel standing in the middle of the future battlefield would possess an irresistible attraction for both song and valor. So you put your temple here and let your presence be known by delivering those sleepers to the song domain. Then you just sat back and waited until Nephi's arrived. Instead of infiltrating the sword army, you let them invite you to join. Shower you with gifts and try to appease you even, just to have you fight on their side, which was your goal all along." Sonny chuckled. "You are half right." Cassie raised an eyebrow. "Only half," he nodded. "It is true that the nameless temple is bait, but it is also a trap." Sonny inhaled deeply and looked up as if trying to pierce the marble walls with his gaze. "The clash with the sovereigns is inevitable, and one way or the other it must happen here. Either they will come to besiege my citadel, or I will move it to besiege them. Even if Nephi's manages to become a sovereign, she will still be new and inexperienced as a ruler of a domain, so she'll need all the help she can get when she faces the enemy." He lingered for a moment. "The darkness that surrounds the nameless temple is not one of its components. In fact, well, you might not remember if I tell you where I received it from. Suffice it to say, it is a shard of an ancient domain, a divine domain." "The realm of shadows," Sonny sighed. "I can't control it and am too weak to claim ownership of it. However, it is still a piece of a foreign domain of unfathomable power. When either of the sovereigns enters it, their authority will be weakened, if not suppressed entirely." Cassie considered his words carefully. Slowly, a hesitant smile appeared on her lips. Then she seemed to think of something else. "But your plans would not be limited to just weakening their authority. You are far too thorough to be satisfied with just that." Suddenly, her eyes widened. "The great abominations that sleep below the temple," his smile turned a little sinister. "Yes, they are a present I've been preparing for the sovereigns. A swarm of great nightmare creatures to welcome them as my guests, freshly freed from a maze of nightmares and burning with furious desire to avenge their imprisonment. Of course, just that is not worthy of a proper welcome gift. I should be a generous host after all." Cassie tilted her head a little. A moment later, she faced him with a flash of understanding in her beautiful blue eyes. "In the memories, you had a fifth shadow, a black stallion who wields power over dreams. However, I've never seen him here or with any of your other incarnations. Sonny, where is that shadow?" Sonny grinned. His gaze fell down at the floor of the nameless temple. After a while, he said, "Nightmare is busy with an important task. He is lulling a special guest into slumber. The centerpiece of my welcoming committee." He faced Cassie with a cold expression. "A very nasty creature of the cursed rank. Since we're inviting the sovereigns, we should have a guest of honor, don't you think?" Chapter 1793. Soft Hand Nephis had judged that the only way to defeat the sovereigns was to become supreme. However, Sonny had held a different opinion. He had been fully prepared to face them as a saint, just as he had faced countless adversaries of a higher rank than him in the past. People like him were forged by bringing down creatures more powerful than them, so in principle there wasn't much difference. All he had to do was study the enemy, ensnare them in a net of deceit and treachery, and then put his life on the line. Wait for them to break themselves against each other, and then deliver a fatal strike to finish off the battered foes. That was why he had made the nameless temple into a trap and sent Nightmare to assemble a swarm of slumbering horrors. The dream curse was a frightening power. It spread unseen, infecting those unfortunate enough to contract it one after another. Its influence was subtle and insidious, and by the time the curse was ready to pull its victim into the maze of nightmares, It was already too late to resist it. Of course, the great nightmare creatures slumbering under the temple still tried. They struck against the walls of the dream prison. Just like Sunny had done in the Kingdom of Hope, the nightmares subjugated by his shadow were continuously destroyed, breaking apart under the onslaught. However, at the same time, Nightmare conquered more of them. The new dreams he collected belonged to abominations of vast and terrifying power, and so the walls of the dream maze grew stronger and stronger, as did the dark Destrier himself. Still, it was a daunting task for Nightmare to lull a cursed being to sleep. Sunny's steed had been at it for many months already. The nightmare creatures populating the area of the hollows around the cursed one's lair had succumbed to slumber one after the other. Then, the fallen deity itself was slowly infected, one drop of insidious poison at a time. The cursed one had resisted for a long time, but eventually the dream curse seeped into its mind, body, and soul. At first, it would grow sluggish sometimes, then it would doze off for a minute or two before recovering. Finally, it fell asleep. Its slumber was still restless and shallow, but Sunny was certain that he would be able to pull it into the underground hall of the nameless temple before the sovereigns came. Of course, his preparations were flawed as well. He had started on this plan not long after returning to civilization, still disoriented by the changes that had happened in his absence and badly informed. Sunny sighed. It was not that Nephi's was incapable of constructing a plan to clash with the sovereigns as a saint. She was experienced in slaying overwhelming foes as well. It was just that it was not an option for her because, after the chain of nightmares, the two domains were holding the equivalent of an entire quadrant's population hostage. If the sovereigns were eliminated without a new supreme taking their place, the dream realm would drown in human blood. And Nephi's had made it clear in the Crimson Spire that she did not only care about reaching her goal, but also about reaching it the way she wanted. So, as Sunny saw it, both of their plans had to succeed if they wanted to achieve an acceptable outcome. What are the chances that nothing will go wrong? There were many unpredictable factors. Mordred was a wild card, so were the sovereigns themselves. There was also the third supreme, Asterion, who was mysteriously missing, but they had no choice but to try. He looked at Cassie. That is the gist of it. I think that we stand a chance if things go right for us. If things go wrong, which they will, I'm sure then, well, I guess we'll have to improvise. She remained silent for a while, still stunned by the brazen audacity of his simple, but simply unbelievable plan. Who would place a citadel in the middle of a death zone, fill it with sleeping great nightmare creatures, kidnap a cursed one, and then bait the sovereigns into causing the swarm of horrors to wake up? A thing like that was nothing short of unthinkable, and yet the Lord of Shadows had not only thought it but also made it true. She shook her head slowly. Improvisation, yes. Then Cassie took a deep breath and composed herself. The key to good improvisation is being prepared. Sunny smiled. I expected you to have a contingency. Cassie was someone who had mastered the art of guiding events in a desired direction with a soft hand. A rigid plan was destined to fail, but if one was flexible enough, no unpredictable event could become an insurmountable obstacle. The success of the astonishing web of schemes she had woven to give him a chance to be free was proof that her approach worked. So she would have had something in mind for the inevitable clash with the sovereigns. The young woman sighed. It is nothing revolutionary. You should know well as an experienced hunter. One should study the enemy before confronting them. The sovereigns are shrouded in mystery, but if we want to strike them down, we need to know them. Their upbringing, the environment in which they were formed into people they are, their youth. How the Broken Swords cohort was formed, how it rose to glory, how it fell apart, all of that and more. A somber expression appeared on her face. Needless to say, most of that information is either erased or twisted to such a degree that learning anything truthful from it is impossible. I've been trying to uncover as much as I can, but it hasn't been easy, and most of all, I've been very cautious, afraid to attract attention. The King of Swords still doesn't trust Nephi's that much after all. Being discovered would mean certain death. She remained silent for a few moments, then added, "But that is about to change. Once the war starts, everything would be thrown into chaos. That is when we'll be able to act more boldly. With my ability to read memories and perceive many things, and your versatile arsenal of stealth and infiltration abilities, if the two of us put our minds together, I'm sure that we can uncover a great number of secrets under the cover of the mayhem." Cassie took a deep breath, including the most important one. Sunny gave her a long look. "What do you think is the most important secret?" Cassie hesitated for a while, then faced him and said quietly, "You are right. Our battle plan is too vague, but there is something that can make the odds much more favorable, a piece of information that is as important as it is tightly sealed. At the end of it all, I suspect that the success of our entire endeavor will be decided by whether we manage to solve that mystery or not." Her beautiful eyes grew cold. "The single most important thing we must learn are the flaws of the sovereigns. If we grasp their flaws, victory will be ours. If not, all that awaits us are the flames of hell." Sunny looked at her silently for a while. Eventually, he said, "You want to steal the secret of their flaws?" Cassie lingered for a bit, then smiled. "Yes, and I want you to help me steal it, Sunny.